Okay, I will welcome everybody again to the morning session, second day of the final conference of FAIRshare. We better start on time because we are broadcasting this also, so there may be people who are listening in who want to know what's happening now. So at this stage, I'm not going to give a very long introduction, but I think we were quite clear from yesterday's presentations that what we're going to be talking about today is really going to be describing the actions that were undertaken. And we got a glimpse of that yesterday with the presentations, the excellent presentations from the user cases in the afternoon yesterday. So what we're going to do this morning is to, I suppose, explain that process a little bit more detail and to give you a better understanding of all the work that went in during the project to make these user cases a success. So I'm going to introduce the first speaker, and it's from the organization is Innovation for Agriculture, and the speaker is Evie and Arachoveti.
Arachoveti, yes.
Arachoveti. Okay. After 5 years in the project, you think I would know it, but it doesn't come easy to the Irish interpretation. So Evie is going to try and explain this user case model to us. She will explain it, I'm sure, very well. But looking forward to your presentation, Evie. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. And welcome, everyone. Yesterday, we all heard at the carousel session the description of the user cases, the challenges that they met along the way, also the data that they used, and the outcomes today. So I'm going to present the use case model and what is the model that we used in FAIRshare and why we used this model. I borrowed a definition from software engineering, a very simple one, to describe the model initially. So in software engineering, a use case is a description of how a user interacts with a system or a product. In use cases, we usually build the use cases, the groups, the schemes to establish successful or failure scenarios and any important variant or exceptions. The key element of the use case now is the name of the user case, which should be a short one describing the objective of the use case. The description itself, which should refer to the initiator and what was the challenge identified and why we put this group together. The actors involved, and here we have both the initiators and the actors that they are going to participate to fulfill the process, and then the steps performed to create a use case. This is a very generic and a simple definition of what a user case model is, and here in software engineering we use either humans or machines to fulfill the tasks. Now in our project, how we used this model. Under FAIRshare project, in a user case, a sectoral group of advisors within an organization or a cohort of independent advisors within a region or a country describe a challenge they face while supporting the farmers to get along on to or progress to the digitalization. They follow a new approach with targets of what they need to achieve, so either to improve or change or renew the advisory service. And it's the advisors themselves, and this is very important, that they decide and choose or add existing tools to the DATS inventory that Sophia presented yesterday. The tools and the services that they find most appropriate in supporting their farmer clients. So in a user case under our project and along this journey, the core are the advisors' needs and the ambitions for the future. The key is in the user cases is an improved or changed or renewed advisory, and to ensure the successful implementation of the whole process, we adopted the multi-actor approach and to support the capacity building along the way. And this approach was fueled by the change management theory principles, and also the living lamp approach, very well described in the first task of Work Package 4. Also, significant budget was allocated to each user cases to meet their own staff costs, adaptation costs associated with the tools, travel, translations, workshops, hosting cross visits, and train the trainers to exercise. So this is the user case as we define it at the initial stage of the project. And here is what isn't a use case in our project. So it is not simply about selecting a set of tools or services, because if it was the case, if this was the case, then we run the risk of tying the funding into the development of DATS, and also not helping the advisors to be the ones who decide and choose and become the good users of DATS they find most appropriate and most useful in supporting their farmer clients. And why I refer to this? It's because at the initial stage, although of the project, although the definition of the use cases was exciting, we realized that it was challenging and a bit confusing for the partners. So what we did to overcome this challenge, we started a very close, from the very early stages of the project, collaboration between the three work packages that are complementary by nature. So Work Package 4, which is about setting the scene, Work Package 5, which is about planning, and 6, which is about monitoring and implementation. And we created a template for the description of the work, of the challenge, and how these steps would impact the advisory organization and the farmers. We added a summary of tasks to be fulfilled and the budget allocated per partner of the user cases. We invited the partners to describe their own scenario using the learning history approach, which means that we invited them to describe the initiators that brought the challenge forward, and also the initial lessons learned. And here we had a support from task 4.3, where Ivo conducted, if I recall well, 15 or 20 semi-structured interviews to identify the first drivers and also the first barriers in adopting DATS. We had face-to-face and mostly regular online meetings to discuss our progress and plan our activities. It was COVID time, so most of them were online. We also held the Q&A sessions to clarify any open issues related to the description of the user cases. And also, it was Naturland that created an updated dashboard and gave the partners the opportunity for themselves to monitor their own progress. So overall, for us, the challenge was to get the user cases started in time, and our response was to, from the very early beginning, was to be clear about what is expected from the user cases, and in turn, what they themselves can expect from the project. So the template for the description of the use cases contained the description of the scenario, so the challenge or the need faced, a learning history of the DATS involved, and here is the initial feedback from the advisors at that phase, a general assessment of the adoption with targets this time, the factors influencing the DATS adoption with essential lessons learned, the vision of the group, the action plan for the adoption and the roadmap, the business case, the steps performed for the implementation, cross-visits plan, and training on the DATs used. At a later stage, as it was mentioned yesterday, we developed an assessment tool to exploit the potential of digital tools and services. So this is not an extra tool, but it's a comparison model platform that helps the advisors to think and explore what they really want to address and directs them to select the most appropriate solution. As web-based tool, it was integrated in the FAIRshare inventory, but it can be assessed from within, so from inside the detailed view of each DATS, and also as a downloaded XLS form, translated in regional languages, so it can be functional when any connection is limited on the field. I would like now to present the first insight we gathered when we started the use cases, and the first insight on the challenges that the partners identified and the farming sectors that they selected. So for me, as you see in this figure here, knowledge exchange between advisors and farmers was the most popular need identified at the time. Of course, each user case followed a different approach in this process. Frequent theme, it was how to improve the handling of data, and also topics of like remote consulting, record keeping, and technology use were also present. In terms of the sectors, farming sectors featured in the use cases, as you see in this pie, a multi-sector need was the most prominent at the time. And when the use cases addressed the need in one sector, it seems that the chosen one was varied between dairy, poultry, and citrus, with the most popular being the dairy. So by the end of 2022, 29 use cases have adopted or adapted their solutions, addressing the digital challenges in accordance to their own business case. And at a later stage, 13 external ones were selected via procurement process. So we invited all the agricultural advisory organization and independent advisors across Europe to apply with a tender response and to identify their digital needs and demonstrate in a short period of 6 months their capacity via their participation as a user case group. From my perspective, the major outcomes of using this model along the journey are these ones. So the user cases were supported the advisors to select, adapt, and use the tools effectively, and also supported the development of new types of advisory services, this time with a focus on making farmers better able either to handle the involvement in digitalization or even to invest in new digital technologies. The user cases energize the advisors to be more proactive in the use of tools and services, providing them with access, training, and the motivation to support the farmers. Central, from my perspective, in the search of suitable DATs is first a good understanding of the challenge and also the needs of the different end users. In our case, the advisors and the farmers. Cross-fertilization between farmers, advisors, and other stakeholders as IT providers or agronomists in the use cases created, I think, a lot of opportunities for spillover effects from new applications of the existing DATs. And also the training and support and motivation offered, I think, contributed to leadership qualities among the trainers. It goes without saying that the value of peer-to-peer learning and exchange was proven again. I think we discussed it yesterday in the panel discussion. Now, at the organization level, I saw that using that encouraged not only the collaboration between different departments, but it also provided support in keeping and sharing internal knowledge and expertise, and eliminated fragmentation in communication, which often results in information lost or misunderstood between the departments and the colleagues. What is more likely to encourage the use of digital tools? I think it's first demonstrating a clear benefit of using the DATS and also providing a very positive experience. So in the cross visits, and you are going to hear more about this later today, this exercise provided an excellent opportunity to discuss on the uptake of DATS by advisors, to exchange ideas and experiences on farm needs, but also, and what is more important, on farmers' engagement. Also to experience the functionality of the tools presented on the field, and have fun networking across colleagues in Europe. And I think this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edie. I'm not sure if I'm connected or not. Yeah, okay. It's down, yeah. Almost. I have a green light. Yeah. Okay, now you have it, yes. It needs to be switched on. Yeah, hopefully you were all switched on after that excellent presentation.
Thank you.
And yeah, if there are any questions, maybe, if not, I have a question, but please, I would prefer if the question came from the audience. Milan, you were always good for a question early in the morning.
We have 25 internal user case and 15 external. Maybe can be some user case described as the more practical, more applicable, and so 1, 2, or 3, and explain why these user cases are very good.
Yeah.
And some user case, other side, with no name, what was wrong in this user case will be not applied. For example, I am not expert and I have insight in all user case, but one of good for my point is my way from IPS consulting from CSEC to these colleagues.
Okay.
And they make a workshop on 7th October and will be presented for local stakeholder and farmers.
Okay. Thanks, Milan. That wasn't a question, so it
Yeah,
was.
I think that was a comment, maybe.
But yeah, just to maybe respond to it, and I don't. From my perspective, Evie, maybe you want to add something. We didn't intend to pass any judgment on whether a case was good, okay, or poor. All of the cases were the same. Part of the family once they joined the project, and we tried to, as a part of this model, is to help those that are struggling, to have interactions, cross visits, lots of interactions with the user case, but to test the models that we give, and as Evie explained, the models were quite the same. So we give the same support and resources to all of the cases. So yeah, I think everybody has their own personal opinion on which was the really good cases, and that's fine. I don't think there's anything. Do you want to add anything? Microphone.
No, yeah, the point wasn't to
the mic.
yeah?
Yeah.
So the point wasn't exactly to describe successful examples, but the real life of what the group need to do in order to face the challenge, and also what steps they follow, either successful or not. And we had 2 rounds of monitoring at a later stage, and I'm sure that Peter might present something on this, where we described, where we invited the partners to describe their challenges, their strong points, their weak points. So it wasn't the case. It wasn't, yes, provide a successful example and that's it. It was the case, share with us and you get support on this way along digitalization in your own group or in your own organization.
Okay, any other question? We have 1 more minute. Final question. Going. Gone. Okay. Thank you, Evie, and I think you've described and set the scene exactly for the other presenters. And I would now like to introduce Evelyn Lambrecht from Inegro, and she will make a presentation. With? Sorry.
I'm Rani from Ilvo.
Oh, Rani, yeah. So you're doing it's a double act, okay. So, the importance of strategic planning and the road mapping process, which is part of...
Maybe just as an introduction, we do the presentation together as Ilvo played an important role in this process. So I will give first the word to Rani.
Okay, so hi everyone. In the next 20 minutes, I'll be taking you through our journey of assisting, is it? No. How can I go further? This. No. Sorry. Okay, waar is het dan? Okay. Yeah, perfect. Sorry, technical problem. So in the next 20 minutes, I'll be taking you through our journey of assisting the organizations with their strategic plan to overcome a specific challenge. So, and as you can see below, we were with 4 different organizations, so Ilvo, Inagro, NAC, and the University of Almeria. All right. So let's dive right in. Here you can see a visual representation of the different user cases that were already presented yesterday some were presented yesterday already. So these 29 cases, they were selected through a process, and it's actually, all these cases represent a challenge that a group of advisors face, and they want to address it using a digital solution or a digital tool or service. So as you can see, they are spread all over Europe, and also they cover different sectors. So it's quite difficult to give a one result. So that's why I will use one specific case, and here I chose the innovation for agriculture. But as Tom already said, it's not because it's the best or something. It's just I chose this one. So all right. They grappled actually with the challenge of face-to-face meetings and on-farm consultations. And so they aimed to support these face-to-face interactions and wanted to have an online knowledge exchange, and therefore they made an online resource and event platform. So to help them, we co-created with these different organizations, and we discussed how we could help to organize this, and we tried this in a way using 2 workshops. And here, most of you know this picture, I suppose. It's a roadmap with the different aspects a user case went through. And here I will talk about aspect or step 4, 5, and 6. All right, but here it's more focused or zoomed in. And so the workshops, we actually had 3 steps, and they were split into 2 different workshops. So first we evaluated the environment of the business. Then secondly, we identified the strategic direction. And then thirdly, we developed a business and action plan. So, all right. First, so evaluating the environment of the business, and no better way of using a SWOT analysis. It's a well-known tool. Stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And here you can see the example of innovation for agriculture. And the strengths and weaknesses stands for the internal organizational factors, and opportunities and threats for the more contextual or environmental factors. But this already gives something, but we want to go a little bit deeper into this, and that's why we used also a D-step analysis. And a D-step analysis stands for a demographic, economic, social, technological, environmental, and political elements or factors. And for each of these factors, the user case or the stakeholders of this case, they brainstormed about different elements. So it wasn't. I didn't mention this, but it was an online workshop because you were in the whole COVID pandemic. Facing this pandemic. So, all right. So this was about the environment, and really looking at how and really zooming out on the macro environmental landscape. So this brings us then to identifying the more strategic direction. And before I explain it further, I want to define with you what a strategic vision is. So a strategic vision, here we want to really look at a specific time in the future with the company, and how and a vision also provides a direction and a purpose. So that's really what this strategic plan also helps you with. And there are different ways of looking at a vision or helping someone with coming up with a vision. And we used this tool or illustration. And so again, it was a step-by-step approach here that we used. So first of all, we asked Innovation for Agriculture, but all the other user cases as well, to imagine that a documentary team would come in 5 years to their organization and would ask them about the progress on how they faced the challenge or addressed the challenge. And so what would they show them, and what activities would they see, and so on. So, and then they were already in a kind of mindset, and then afterwards they brainstormed about, this encouraged them to list different aspects of a vision. And after these aspects were written down in this online tool or mural, these different aspects were then clustered, and these clustered teams were then the vision teams. So like around the sun. And so looking at these different clusters, then afterwards we could come up with one vision sentence. This was on the center of the sun. And to make it a little bit more specific, milestones were written down. So this was then the way to approach it. So the arrow to go towards the sun. Here you can see here you can see how Innovation for Agriculture, or the result of Innovation for Agriculture, but all the different user cases made use this tool. So, all right. So this gives you an idea about vision, gave them an idea about looking at a vision. All right. So this is not the end. We have still one more step, the developing a business and an action plan. But before I explain it further, I want to make a difference between a business plan and an action plan. So business plan is the written document that describes the activities and the actions that are necessary to achieve a specific goal of the organization, while an action plan really outlines the actions that need to be reached. So this is really two different aspects. And so in this part of the workshop, so we are now in the last part, we went from looking at the macro environmental factors, then zooming in on the vision, and then now really from vision and brainstorming about the future, bringing it back to a more realistic view. And so again, we used a step-by-step approach. And here we focused first on the fundamental question of understanding what the needs are of a customer. So they use this specific tool. I will not go into detail here, but it looks at the different, what is the customer segment of your organization and how first the customer segment and then afterwards the value proposition and how these two parts can be fitted. So it's really important to see how these both parts can be fit. And then when you brainstormed about this, then this was actually the answer of the part 1 and 2 of the business model canvas. It helps to make a business plan. So then afterwards, after these two parts were answered, we looked at objectives that the user case, or here Innovation for Agriculture, had. I wrote down the two different objectives that they had. For example, the first one was to provide and develop a virtual platform that will help advisors deliver their service and also support a peer-to-peer exchange. And so for each of these objectives, they listed actions. So here for the first objectives, for example, populate a platform with advisory material or provide training for advisors and so on. So for each case, it was different. And so, but again, it needed to be more tangible because it's an action plan. So it really needs to help you. And that's why they used this specific, it's really not very hard zoomed in, but it's more to give you an illustration. And it helps you to think about what are the key partners, the key activities, and the key resources that you need. And then afterwards, for each of these specific activity, you needed to write down a specific date to make it really tangible. So, and then when for each of these activities, when you brainstormed or discussed about it with the different stakeholders, you could then fill out parts 3, 4, and 5 of the business model canvas. So the key resources, the key activities, and the key partnerships. So then at the end, you still needed to think about the cost structure and the revenue streams. So what are the fixed costs and the additional costs and so on. And again, really discussing this with the different stakeholders and so on. And this then helped you with step 6 and 7. So this way, using these different tools helped them to fill out the business model canvas. So that's what I wanted to present. And at the end of the presentation, you can then see also the different deliverables where you can find more information if you want to use it again or if you want to try it out. So good luck. All right.
So as Rani just told, all user cases set up an action plan in which the activities to reach their objective are stipulated. And to visualize those activities, we supported them to set them out on a timeline, which we call the roadmap. And the roadmap is an instrument that helps to plan the upcoming activities for the user cases. And which helps to, which enhances to implement the tools in advisory. So we developed a template for this in which they could implement their activities. There was also room for the trainings, for the cross visits. And this is a dynamic instrument as changes can occur over time. So we asked a midterm update during last year, and also this year we asked for a final update. So as you could see throughout the presentation, all user cases went through a full road, going from identifying environmental factors, strategy formulation, formulation of a business plan, action plan. It was a full road, and this is a testimonial of one of the user cases on how they experienced that road. So I can read it. So describing the vision, business plan, action plan was very helpful to get the right focus in our project. And these plans made us aware of the deviations and different expectations between the members of the team. The update of the plan showed us that we reached the focus we needed to reach success. So without FAIRshare, we would have been thrown back in the process. So to conclude, we can say that we paved the way to better that by gaining insights in the road to take for the enhanced use of digital farm advisory tools. To improve the DATs for the individual user cases, we supported them to identify strategies that help advisors in their day-to-day work. For this, we have set up several supporting actions, starting from the trainings on how to identify the environmental factors, the strategy formulation, afterwards the business plan, action plan, how to set up a roadmap. So we created a lot of supporting materials, training materials, tools and templates are available, also guidelines. So this will also remain available after the project. We also can conclude that there are lots of learnings from each other. So we set up poster sessions where user cases could interact with each other. At the start and the end of the project, the user cases completed a practice abstract in which they shared their objectives, their learnings during the user case. So lots of learnings from each other, and also an important part was the funding part to implement the user cases. And I think that the majority of the user cases can confirm that this was often a headache, but with the support of the coordinator and the project manager, and also the help of the European Commission, I think we could it was a successful way how to organize it in the end. So yeah, we would like to thank you for your attention. And as Rani already introduced, we have the different deliverables on factors influencing the use, the strategic direction, business plan, action plan, and also the roadmaps.
Apologies for that. I didn't know you were going to do a double act because I am a last-minute substitute for Raquel, who has to try and organize this afternoon session, and for that reason I am doing the chairing of this session. So we have a little bit, about 5 minutes for a bit of discussion. So please, those of you that have been part of the process know it well, but maybe some other people.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I really liked the business approach with the business model canvas. I was wondering, you followed us through all the steps, but you left out the one about relationships and channels. And I think one of the main issues of these user cases really getting into work is the engagement. So how do you cope with that in the canvas, or why do you skip it? Or
yeah. Thanks for your question. Very good question as well. So it was the work of University of Almeria, and So they focused here very hard on the customer's needs. So really the first parts of the business model canvas, and then afterwards, yeah, I think the customer relations and channels would come later on. So
Okay.
yeah, and I can ask them again why they didn't focus on this one, but yeah. I don't really know the.
Oh, you don't have to defend it, but I
specific.
just
No,
think
I
that
don't really know the specific.
when you do
answer.
business, it's really good to take this into account
True. Yeah. Totally.
before
yeah.
you start developing products or whatever.
Yeah. No, good points. Yeah, I'll ask them again.
No, it's not a question, it's just a comment that I think I truly believe that the methodology that was used to help the user cases with the roadmap and so on, it's one of our, in my opinion, of course, it's one of our main outputs of the project, and that I truly believe that methodology can be replicated in other projects, because we have so many projects using user cases or case studies and so on, and I'm always referring to FAIRshare example, because I think it was a truly roadmap to help the user cases, and I'm talking about several of them that I know of. So congratulations for your work.
Okay, thanks. I will say it back to my colleagues. Right.
Okay, Peter? Yeah.
I hope. You can hear me. What remark was that this was really a game changer for our use case, to see that we had to think about these things better than we did before, and FAIRshare helped us a lot. And I have, in relation to that, a general question. For us, it made a change, but at the end, we thought our roadmap is quite continuous, staying the same. Do you see at the end a big change in the roadmaps? Maybe Evelyn knows that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, a lot of activities happened that changed the way for several user cases. It could be the funding that caused some delay, but also other things, how to bring people together took some more time, to convince people took more time. So we see that there are a lot of changes, but related to the objectives, it was quite stable, but more related to the timing we saw. The majority of changes.
We had the same experience. It took more time. We were always too optimistic, I think.
Yeah. I think that's a general conclusion.
Okay, and just a comment to add a little bit to the comment. I still remember Peter and Evie, I think it was, coming to Chuggas to look at, to talk to us at an early stage in the project. And I would like to acknowledge John Leamy, who is here, and the ICT, from the ICT department in Chuggas, who I think maybe framed this in the early conceptual stage of the project a little bit better for us, that we could buy into a process like this and obviously develop it even a little further so that it's meaningful for even a very small case where you're looking at a small amount of decision making and investment around digitalization. So I think it was a very good and excellent part of the project, and I think it really adds value from my perspective to other projects that look to do this case type model in future. So yeah, thank you very much. I think at this stage Peter has just spoken, so I will introduce him in the next session, please, and we'll try and stay on time. Peter is going to talk a bit more about the user case experience, but maybe focusing more on the trainings and on the development processes that were involved in terms of filling this gap that's there in digital advisory projects, or development of new tools, and that is around the skills and competency of the staff and how that is addressed. So
I don't do
Oh, yes.
previous one.
You-
we did it
you have a
together.
support
We
team.
do it with 3 people, and I take a risk because I will involve all of you. Please take a seat, relax a bit. You are not yet. You are not yet. I will only ask your involvement really well to the end. Yes, that's sure. Thank you. I would like to talk about the user case experience and the interaction in it. And I want to practice what I preach, so I will try to get you an interaction, but I come to that later. Going back to you will see your own logo, and this picture is what you just saw. And all user cases had organized cross-visits, the bigger user cases. A cross-visit, what is it? That is a plane coming in, people talk during a few days, and the plane goes out. Well, that's a quite simple approach of it. Teams of 2 to 4 people from a partner come and discuss about experiences, they share it. And it's all related to the challenge, and that is how to work optimal in a new situation with the Dutch. And that gives all those cross visits gave nice new ideas, nice new experience. Well, a testimonial about that, about coincidence again, about Innovation for Agriculture. Avi has a lot of extra exposure now, but it's an opportunity to brainstorm, that's one thing, discuss digital tools. The other thing is to exchange on the farmer's needs. That's what the advisors are always living for. And experience firsthand the functionality of the tools, the other part of it. And of course, enjoy at day, but certainly at night, the networking. That's the good look back for most of the people. And if you look at the picture at that side, you see in quite hands-on situations, you see the exchange. Now, we did physical cross visits. That was known already for projects before us. We introduced virtual cross visits. I forgot to put the trademark on it, but it is really used now also in other locations, in other projects, and they are shorter than the physical cross visits. We are in the era of miniaturization. So we also did a micro cross visit in Den Bosch. That was only 2 hours, and then we got a lot of information out of it. And now here we will do a first test with a nano cross visit. Nano is everywhere, so we do it also. I ask you to find someone to talk to. So you just talk one-to-one. I see Francisca is all alone, but choose Tom, for example, to talk with. Please make small groups, 2 people. And I have 2 questions for you to talk about. Tell in 2 minutes what's the pearl, what you consider in your cross visit, and if you don't have a cross visit in your work, tell what is a challenge in that in 2 minutes. And then the partner should give a general reflection on it. Please do. Okay, start now. I start the timer. You can do it, the microphone is closed, no worries. 20 seconds. Now, the other one gives a general reflection on it. 1 minute. Okay, this next minute is gone. I want to stop you because I think you talked more than I could talk in 2 hours. So I think we did already a good job. Applause for yourself. In fact, I had the assignment to do it vice versa, but we just continue because I just need to manage the time also, and that was always a problem. So let's go on in the presentation, and I hope to hear from you what was coming out and what was your impression of this. At least what I see, even in 1 minute or in this was 3 minutes, you have so much that you can exchange that is enormous. And if you exchange for a longer time, it even gets better. But the interaction is really key in this project. And I hope you remember now that in the cross visits, this interaction is, you cannot miss it in projects. So please include it in every action that you take. Next step is about the training. The training modules, we found a lot of very interesting modules. It's already introduced yesterday. There is so much in the FAIRshare overview and in the PNF, and so please use it. We have very nice material for the trainings, and what was all core in the trainings was the interaction, the adult learning. So how do we involve people instead of only giving information to people? And that in the Arriva model, that was quite nicely addressed, and it was well done. We had to do it in virtual trainings. We had to do the interaction. So we had to manage with the possibilities we had. What we see is that with this involving model and with storytelling, we got the right thing, because in my experience at the start we thought we don't need the training because the Dutch is so simple. In second hand we thought, we saw it's quite useful to have this training, and then we saw we don't need to involve the advisors because they are interested like that. And at the end we saw that's not true, and we will demonstrate that. We would like to switch now to the Mentimeter, and maybe I need some support, or maybe I can do it on my screen. I ask everything from the technicians now. They started it. Please open your Mentimeter. Next step. In the Mentimeter, I like to ask you, the question will appear on your telephone, and you have time enough to do that because it will stay longer on your screen. The Mentimeter is separate from the PowerPoint presentation. You just, the question is, will Frans be able to convince Bart, and please give some suggestions to improve it. Even when Frans did not talk yet, you can give him suggestions to improve it, no problem. So feel free to give any short suggestions to that, and Frans will now convince try to convince Bart. And Bart is, a Dutchman, he is very critical. And Frans is, and he did the best user case, and Frans also did the best user case in the project. They all do. But Frans will now try to convince Bart to join in an advisor's training of FAIRshare. Frans, go ahead.
Okay, Bert. As I sent you before on our invitation for our meeting today, we will make a Ariba training for you, because this tool is very important in our organization. It's called our Naturland app, and it's the two of us in the room, who's in the room, and I'm happy that we are together today. And our aim is that you can make on yourself our own chat group for your orchards. And this is very important because we want all communication in our Naturland app.
But it's important for your organization, but what's in it for me?
Because you are an employee of us, and I think we have here a branded application, and it's really good that you can use it.
But it will take me extra time?
No, it will save you a lot of time. It's really one of the best user cases promoted at our project. And I think I would really suggest that you use it. And even the management said that we should use it.
And if it's very user-friendly, normally I don't need any training to use WhatsApp or whatever, so why should I do a training?
Yeah, that's, this training will help you to be more confident with the tool, to go more in depth, so that you can help even your clients with the program.
Okay, but I'm confident by myself, so what does the tool do for me?
Yeah, it's just to give you some more insights that you can see how to help everybody and create new experiences for them. So they will really see this as a benefit, as a real add-on for them.
And how much time will this training take? Because I've got other things to do.
This training is really short, as we scheduled our meeting for 1 hour today.
Can I do it by video or whatever, just watch it on my own time?
No, it's just this hour we agreed today.
Not yet convinced, but because it's you, Frans, I will put it on the back of my priority list.
I would for me, it would be better if it would be higher, because we already met now, and I will just give you some insights, as we agreed before.
We could have done the training by this, during this chat already. That's what you're saying.
Yes, this is what I suggest.
Okay, you see.
Very good, thank you.
Bart, Frans, applaus for them. Thank you. You see, Frans did a tremendous effort to convince Bart, and Bart seems not to be convinced. I hope you can do better. The Menti stays on, so if more suggestions are really welcome. Continue, and we will continue now at the same time with the presentation. You may stay seated, you may go. It will be very short now, so relax again. Next slide. Oh, sorry, I should push the next slide. What you see is how to convince people to join, to work with this, to join in the training. We have videos about this, and everyone who wants to make such a testimonial is invited now to go to Patricia. Stand up, Patricia, and then you know to whom you to address when you want to make a testimonial video. And this, I put just a few words out of it from the testimonial from Nigel, and I think this is really helpful, the personal experience of people to use that to get further. The feedback in the Menti, we will work with that, and I want to be in time a bit. Everything what we did was evaluated thoroughly by Agricultural University of Athens, and they found a lot of information, but I summarize this in a few words. The pearls that we found was really the farmer's interest, focus on the farmer's interest on digital tools. And then what I did not expect, the first thing what was said was not for better decisions, what I always expect and so, but good atmosphere, positive energy. Use the the dots for that, use the exchange for that. Fruitful exchange. You see, again, that's interaction. About the puzzles, the farmers' digital skills. Farmers are very diverse, so it's difficult to have skills that adapt to this diversity, heterogeneity. Wrong spelling. Time issues. Entering data, if you work with that and you have to enter a lot of data, that doesn't work. The proposals that came out of it focus on adult learning tools. So the Arriva, the convince, get people on board. That's really necessary. And to create easy-to-use tools, of course. That's quite difficult, and that can only be realized when you start at the start, when you do it from the start, to co-create with the farmers, with the advisors, the functionalities. We will continue with this after the project. This is just an incentive to continue to go further, and I thank you for your attention. Hey, I'm in time.
Yes, you are. Okay. And I got worried at one stage when I saw so many people coming, and I said that this was could last for, and it could. We could still have a very good continuation. So just if there is a question, please, for Peter. You don't often see Peter in this position where he has to take a, at least I'd have it, usually asking the questions. So, anyone with a clarification question about the trainings and the learning, how learning was evaluated? No. Okay, well, so we will thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frans. Thanks for your great effort. So now we need to talk a little bit about a very important part of the project is the continuous flow of communications right from the start of the project. And you can do either if you want. Yeah, yeah. So we all know Rui Almeida from Conselai and his
assessed by
a partner, or assistant, I should say, partner in work, Francesca. On the
how many people do you have in Zoom? Do you have an idea? Because no one knows. One. One person?
But for the recording as well, it's recorded. So please, yeah, please go on the, yeah. Okay. Okay, really.
But it is a special person for sure, yeah? Yes. But that is making us speak here, yeah. So this is about the multiplier effects and communication through a broader audience. Yes, and the main message that me and Francisco we want to deliver is that communication and dissemination, as you know, by the time that is not a role of one partner, it's a role of the entire consortium. And especially in FAIRshare, is not only related to the classic ways of communication, like a project website or even the social media. I think that, we think that here in FAIRshare, we have so many ways to disseminate what we have and the main outputs of our project, such as we have these FAIRshare talks. There are short videos. How many of you have seen the FAIRshare talks? Please raise your hands. Okay. Okay, not so much. So I strongly invite you to see them because it's more or less what Peter just said. So it's giving the voice to the advisors and they are sharing their experience, how to use that and how to solve the different problems and barriers that they have. They are short videos of, what, 2 minutes max? More or less 2 minutes. So it's very, very engaging. Then we had also the FAIRshare sessions on Twitter, now the X. Pierre mentioned it yesterday. How many of you have participated in the FAIRshare sessions on Twitter? Aha. Okay, that's. I mean, it came to a time where we had around 300 people involved there. So it was the first time that we did it. So it was like a chat of what, 1 hour, around 1 hour. We had a subject, and people have the opportunity to share and to discuss and to share their views and so on. So it was great. And then we have, of course, the user cases and even the good practices and the cross visits. And this is the main point that we want to share with you guys. It's just that, especially in FAIRshare, I would say that cross visits and even the user cases and the good practices that we collected, they are very, very well disseminated. And this is on you, on your responsibility. And the other message is that the future belongs to you also, because we have been very resilient in the project. I think Tom mentioned it yesterday, but the truth is that we had, since the beginning, like 3 different project managers, or 4 if we count on John Allen. That was twice, yeah. Then we have several POs, project officers. Then, as we saw the picture at the kickoff meeting, only a few of us are still here. So we have a lot of people coming, a lot of people leaving the project. We had COVID, which was a nightmare. Now you have Ukrainian war, we have everything. And still we are here and presenting very nice results. So I think we should be, yesterday I was saying, Tom, we should be proud. You don't like the word proud. You said that we should be glad for this journey. But to be honest, I feel a bit proud, and you should feel proud also for the project. So, if you want to really feel proud, we have a short competition for you. So yes, we are talking about digital advisory tools, and let's use Mentimeter again, but this is a real competition, and we have a prize for you, okay? For the one that will win this. So you'll have around 10 seconds to get into the Mentimeter. Do you have the Mentimeter code? Yes, thank you so much. I hope so, because if not, we'll have the same answers of Peter. Not yet? Aha, great. So, 68204519. Remember that in this case, you should answer as fast as you can. And of course, you must choose the right option. And let's see if you really know about our project. And the price is really, really good. Huh? I will enter in the competition also. No? Why not? Normally the price is on the house, yeah? Okay, how many of us? 36, yes. So, okay, 52 players. So when you speak about a prize, normally people are into it, okay? So this is another tip for communication and dissemination. Even yesterday night we had this experience, what you can do with the beer. So it's great. Okay, so question number 1. Can we go for it? Okay. Next slide.
Was it too soon, maybe? Okay. I think we lost one question.
We lost one question. Go back, please. Yeah. Back.
Back?
Yes.
Okay.
We are just voting, but there are no questions.
Enter to start quiz. Yes. Okay. Yay. Answer fast to get more points. Come on. How many DATs do we have in our inventory? That is an easy one. If you were paying attention yesterday to Sofia. You have to do it as fast as you can. We have here Damagoy. Damagoy is here. Be careful, this guy is a champion. Okay. Yes, the truth is that we have 361. 11 of you, perhaps you thought that we have even more. But no, it's 361. Okay, next slide, please. And let's see who is winning. Okay. Okay, who's Ted? Who is Ted? Ted? Who is Ted? Haha. Okay, don't be shy. And this is Pierre. And who is the magical island? Magical island. Ah, okay. Okay, so we have a strong competition. Let's go. Next slide, please. I won't ask who is Shock or the ghost. Next slide, okay? Okay. How many views did the FAIRshare Talks videos had? How many views? FAIRshare Talks. How many views? 226 or 466 or 346. This is an easy one, huh? Okay, yes, you are right. You are right. 466. So 22 of you are following our KPIs. Thank you so much. Next slide. Let's see if Ted is still winning. And he is not. Okay, Juan. Be careful with Juan, eh? He's on that side. Then we have Ted, and who is Shock? Shock. Okay, congratulations. Let's go, next slide. Okay, 58 players. Yeah. How many views did the good practice videos had? This is the good practice. So, wow, good numbers. 423, 583, 763. Ah, people are thinking, eh? Okay, yes. Okay. Be ambitious, eh? Be ambitious. Be ambitious. 763, it's like a world record again. Let's go, next slide. Juan, no? You are out. Who is marijuana? Oh, sorry, it's marijuana. Just to see if you're paying attention. Eh? Marijuana, of course. So, Shock, very well. Marijuana, Marijuana. Mariana, 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 and Susana. Is it my Susana? Yes, Susana from Portugal. Susana, Susana. Okay, next slide. I'm getting nervous. Okay. How many subscribers do we have in our newsletter? Aha. More than 300, only 150, or almost 300. Wow, everyone has voted. Okay, next slide, because everyone has voted. This was an easy one, huh? Sorry. Go back, please. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, 36. At least no one vote on 157. Thank you. That's a good sign, yeah. Okay, next slide. Let's see how we did. Okay, we have new players. New players. Okay. Aha, Mariana, and who is Malgorzata? Aha, from yesterday, okay. And Zlatan. And Zlatan. Who is Zlatan? Zlatan, yeah? You are in the third place. No? Zlatan? Okay, let's go. Next. So question 5 out of 6. And now this is the decision moment. And we will have how many UCs have worked with FAIRshare in total. Now, if you fail this one, it's a really bad sign. How many UCs, user cases, have worked with FAIRshare in total? Everyone has voted. And, okay, 42, yes. 42, okay. Let's see if Mariana is still, no, you failed this one. Okay, next. Next. Okay. And the price is really great. Huh? So, who is Zlatan? Now we must know who is Zlatan. Ah, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, yeah? Or, yeah? Ibrahimovic, huh? Okay, our colleague from Spain. Okay. You are so quiet and winning. And who is Sevasti? Okay, I'm counting on you on this one. So, decisions. Last question, the most difficult one. Shh. I feel the tension. And how many cross visits have been organized? Wow. Go. Okay. Not bad, good numbers. And now, who won? Oi, Zlatan, oi. Yeah, okay. Speech. A special prize. Do you have the micro for a special?
For an acceptance speech.
Use a micro. Say thanks to your family.
Juan wins a little bottle of Greek olive oil. Do you want to make an acceptance speech? Thank your family. Here you go.
Thank you for the oil, but the oil should be Spanish.
Okay, just to finish, I mean, if we had like 1 hour for this exercise, there would be so many activities that we did in FAIRshare, and the main message is this. So the project will end, but not the methodology, not the main outputs, not the inventory. It will still there, and it's up to all of you to start to continue spreading the words and I would say, be proud of the work that we have done. And thank you so much.
You are finished? Yes. Okay. Any question for Rui? No. I think this was a very good energizer and got us thinking a little bit and thinking fast.
And thinking fast, yeah. For the coffee break.
Yeah. So at this stage, we will move to the next session because we don't have coffee for another 30 minutes or so. Yes. And I will introduce my Teagasc colleague again, Anya McInwalsh, who is going to do, again, another interactive session to get you, I suppose, energized a little bit and working rather than just listening. Okay, Anya, can I hand over to you?
You can, Tom. Thank you very much. And after that energizing session, I'm less certain now that you need it, but we will go to coffee in less than 10 minutes' time, because some of this exercise involves your discussions at coffee. So that's some good news, I think. Just in about 10 minutes, we'll break for coffee. So following on from this morning, Tom asked me to focus on a particular topic for this relatively short interactive session. And with everybody's experiences in FAIRshare, and certainly the people in this room who have been part of FAIRshare are likely to be very enlightened in response to this question. As a result of all your experiences, as just summarized there, you've been exposed to so many opportunities and good practices, and you've had your own really valuable ideas that you mightn't have even shared yet to the project as a whole on how to engage the wider advisor community after the project. So outside of the people that you have all interacted with over the course of FAIRshare, and so many advisors, But now the next step, how to engage even more advisors. So that's what we're going to focus on in this session, and it's to draw from your knowledge and your wisdom and your ideas and opportunities. So all you need for this session is, if you have some paper, I think everybody might have a sheet of paper in your notebook, or but if you don't, Patricia and Raquel have sheets of paper, just in case you don't have one. And essentially you just need a sheet like this, and it might be an A4, and you can tear it in half, just to be economical and friendly to the planet, and share it with your neighbour. And you just need a sheet of paper, just like this, a plain sheet of paper. Thank you. So on this sheet of paper, you're going to write something that you really believe in. So on this sheet of paper, just a short sentence or a few words or a couple of sentences, nothing very long. But the question is, how would you, what is your idea? What opportunity do you see to engage the wider advisory community in FAIRshare? You're all very different. I, as a researcher, might have an idea. Oh, well, I think I'm going to write a paper about this topic because I think I could present it at lots of different places and get researchers to help bring on board advisors. You might think that's good. You might think that's a very bad idea, but it's something I really believe in. But each of you, if you could please write an idea or an opportunity you see, something that you really believe in. It doesn't have to be very unusual, just something you see potential in to engage the wider advisory community. Bear in mind that you will have to argue for this, so you do have to believe in it. The next stage is to argue for it to your colleagues in this room, not in a public audience, don't worry, but just out at coffee. So something you really believe in, something you see has practical potential to have impact. How do you think the wider advisory community can be better engaged, further engaged now? So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to think, or about 3 minutes, sorry, to think and reflect and to write that down clearly and shortly. On your own, this is your idea. Just another moment. Okay. So the next step then is to, you've written down and articulated and you've thought about something you think will help this in a practical way to engage the wider advisory community, which is what this particular session is going to harvest your ideas in the end. So now you're going to bring your sheet which is just for your eyes out to the coffee break. And you're going to find a colleague that's who is a little bit different to you. So not just somebody you work with or who has the same job. And you're going to have a conversation with that person, even better if you haven't really ever spoken to that person ever before. And you're going to argue for your point in a few minutes. You do have 30 minutes for the coffee break, but you will need maybe other time to. So make it short, because you will have to do this twice. So just argue your point. Make the argument for it as convincingly as you can, and then you will listen to the other person's argument for his or her particular idea. At the end of the exchange, it's a one-to-one exchange, you will divide a total score of 7 between you. So when you argue your point to your colleague, and then your colleague argues his or her point to you, you will say, okay, how will we distribute a score of 7? And by mutual agreement, you will decide, or maybe don't have a fight that is very bad. Try and keep it controlled. Yes, civilized. You will decide, okay, I will take 4 and you will take 3. Or I will take 2 and you will take 5. And I have done this exercise before, and sometimes the colleague with whom you are arguing will say, actually, I really believe in your idea and I want to support it. I want to come on board your idea, so I am going to give you 6 points and I'll just take 1. The next colleague you meet, the second one, may be completely opposed to your idea and will completely refuse to give you the 6 points. But because you are so diplomatic and experienced professionals at the end of FAIRshare, you will come to a mutual agreement in relation to the distribution of the 7 points. So I know it's a little bit tricky, but you will get used to it, I think. So after the first exchange with the colleague, you are going to write your score, which is a part of the total of 7. So it might be 4, it might be 3, it might be 1. And then in the second exercise, you will also do the same thing. So you will divide the 7 points and you will have your portion of the 7. Then you will add them at the end yourself, because you've written it on your piece of paper that you have. So you should not have more than 14 points after you have met with your 2 colleagues, because you meet with one person, have the exchange for 5 or 7 minutes, you meet with somebody else, and you shouldn't have more than 14 points. Okay, you will have coffee to assist you with this process to give you energy, but may I ask, are there questions? Is it clear? Do you think it's clear, Tom, Raquel, anybody? Is it clear? So you meet someone who is different to you, you divide 7 between you, you will repeat the exercise and total the outcome of the 2 exchanges. So I wish everybody good luck, and when we come back, we will hear how you get on. And when you come back, you don't need to do this now, but you might just start logging onto this site using your own computer, preferably. It works better on a computer rather than a phone. And I think everybody is connected to the Wi-Fi signal at this stage. Okay, that's it. Enjoy your coffee and good luck. Having difficulties accessing this, let me know. You can join with a nickname, and then you don't have to create an account. You can use your own name as the nickname. If you have a laptop, it's better than, or a tablet, it's better than using a phone. But it's not necessary, just better. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. So as I said, you can join with a nickname, and then you don't have to create an account, but you can use your own name, just like in the last session, or a nickname, whichever you wish. Okay, have you counted up your scores? I hope you got on well. So the score shouldn't be any more than 14 if you got full marks. The total score, when you add the two. Any difficulties getting in here, just let me know. So we've 13 people in here so far. So we'll show the code again. Just to give you a little bit more time. Great. And in the meantime, you can just be, if you haven't added your 2 scores yet, you can add them. So let me know if you're having any difficulty. So we might start the exercise now with those who have logged in. I'll just share it one more time. It might be an idea, Raquel, to take a photo of the QR code so that we can help anyone who's just having difficulties. This is it here. So you can use a nickname, and then you will not have to create an account. And for the people joining us online, you can also participate. Thank you. So, we'll go into the exercise now because time is running out. You'll be able to see the inputs of various people. We have 32 now involved. And if anyone, I know Patricia has a copy of the QR code. If anyone is having difficulties, just put up your hand and Raquel or Patricia will help. So you're very welcome. And just following off, just before the coffee break, the challenge of this workshop was, and it was given to you, into your very capable hands, how do we engage? How does FAIRshare now engage even wider the advisory community? And you identified an idea or an opportunity that from your perspective you think has a lot of potential, and you argued for that during the coffee break. So I'd like to know what happened at the coffee break, and I'd like to know what kind of score you got. So what you can do is, oh, you've already started. Fantastic. So for those of you who got a score of 7, we see we have 3 people. So this is how you operate this. You click on the post-it if you got a score of 7, and a heart icon comes up, and you have the option of liking the idea, which means you got a score of 7. So, did you get a score of 7? Did you get a score of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, or 14? You choose your score, and you indicate if you got that score. But just as a matter of interest, did anybody get a score of 14 in the room? A completely perfect score? No. Well, that is not surprising. But there's a first time for everything. I thought it might be here, but no. Anybody get a score of 13? It's also very, very rare. A score of 12? High, very high score. Did anybody get a score of 11? Did anybody get a score of 10? Somebody did, because I think they liked it. A score of 10. Well done. Would you mind telling us a little bit about your idea or opportunity that got such high results? Do we have a microphone for our colleague? Just a few words about your idea, if you don't mind. It must be a very good idea. Thank you.
Checker. It was the best idea. But unfortunately, I didn't get the 14. My idea was to engage more advisors who were not included in the project, and to get to them through emails and other ways to inform them about about this project especially.
Yeah.
So they knew the benefits of this project. And
so they knew the what? Sorry.
To know about the benefits about the
yes, project. To communicate the benefits.
Yes.
And any more? How did you argue for it? How did you describe why this was so?
I choose the bottom-up approach.
Mm-hmm.
So you can start locally and inform your advisors, and go up through the networks and collaborate with others. And luckily for us, we have the CEAS network, EUFRAS network, EILB, and GFRAS. So we can go widely and disseminate our ideas.
You mentioned GFRAS and?
EUFRAS, CEAS, EILB.
So, to summarize, you said, we need to get the word out there. Okay, emails. But you mentioned you need to use a bottom-up approach, starting with the advisors.
Yes.
And scaling the message up.
Yes.
Communicating the benefits of the DATs profiled in FAIRshare.
Yes.
And using these types of organizations. Well, I find that very comprehensive and convincing. And obviously, you got the highest score in the room, so very well done. We'll give a, what's your first name? I haven't met you before.
Vedran.
Very well done.
Later on, I can give autograms.
Autographs, thank you. So, well done. So this is, quite a comprehensive idea. And we might just take this as in the next. Well done to everybody else. We had another person in close place with 9 votes, 7 with 8, a score of 8, and 14 with a score of 7, which is still an excellent score. So well done to everybody, and your challenges. Each of the opportunities and ideas will have been very valuable indeed. Now, this is a virtual whiteboard, which you've all, 46 of you, have managed to gain entry to now, so well done. If anybody else has any difficulties, just let me know or put up your hand and we'll organise you access on your device. We don't have that much time left, but we're going to use it very well. And really, we're going to take one of these challenges, essentially the challenge just articulated, and identify the types of factors that will influence whether this is effectively realised or not. Now, I will mention that in this virtual whiteboard, you can add your idea or challenge. And I'm going to leave this open until the end of tomorrow. So maybe if you're traveling back after the meeting, and if you're in an airport and have some spare time, 15 minutes, it would be really great for us if you could add your idea or opportunity. It doesn't matter how many votes you got in the coffee break. That was an exercise just to add a little bit of fun and to kind of make you really believe in the idea and see how you could argue for the idea, because that really clarifies the nature of the idea and the opportunity. So if you could give us that feedback in this Claxoon board and just share your idea or opportunity at some point after this workshop, it would be really, really appreciated. But at the moment, we're going to just focus on some of the variables. So this is a really good idea and opportunity. It is quite comprehensively identified and articulated and explained. So you've mentioned, the idea itself, but also the important factors to express the benefits, to start with the advisors and grow out into the network using advisory communities. Very solid idea. But what I'd like to ask you to do now is, what do you think are the factors, the variables, that will influence whether this happens or not? In your context, no matter where. So a variable, the definition of it, and some of you are familiar with this approach because we did it in the participatory regional workshops online this year. So what are the factors that will influence whether this happens, this is achieved or not? So a variable is something that changes. So for instance, you might decide, well, the presence of really strong and inclusive advisory organisations are important for this to happen. So that GFRAS, Season, UFRAS, they're very inclusive, engaging organisations, because if they aren't, if the strength of those organisations, if the vibrancy of those organisations isn't in place, well, then they can't be used as conduits. So that's one such variable. Can you think of others and just add them to this chart, please? So you're going to be working away just using your devices for the next 6 minutes to identify any variables that you think will influence how this will be achieved. Now, these are great ideas. So are we going to achieve this? And if so, how can it be achieved? Getting the message out through UFRAS, through advisors, bottom up. Yeah, peer-to-peer. Just another couple of minutes now. Really impressive ideas. You can see the messages and the good practices and everything coming through, but even thinking of your experiences in FAIRshare, what are the factors that could make this happen? Okay, last 60 seconds or so, but I will leave the board open after the workshop. Fantastic. So what we have here are really fantastic ideas and insights to, well, what's going to make this actually happen? And what are the factors that could influence the realization of this really great idea that scored highest during the coffee break? It's quite similar, for those of you who have participated in the regional workshops this year, to how we approached other challenges in the context of FAIRshare. So this is a really valuable schematic that we'll be able to incorporate to it's actually the last task of work package 2, where we chart these types of success factors and trends within them in relation to how FAIRshare, the legacy of FAIRshare really in the aftermath of the project. So what we're going to do now is just an added exercise. I should say really we'll tidy this up and probably group your contributions thematically so that we can see the different categories of variables that are important for us to consider in plans to ensure or to enhance the extent to which this important challenge is realized. And that will be available to us in the aftermath. And as I said, we will leave this board open just if you have any other ideas. So the first starting point was the challenge, which Tom gave us: how do we widen advisory engagement in the project? Then you identified ideas and opportunities which we hope to harvest. Then the winning idea was selected, and the variables to think about a little bit deeper. What will make this happen, or the absence of these factors or support factors might not. But now we'd just like to ask you one final question in the last 3 minutes of this session. We would like to know you as individuals. What one action can you take to contribute to achieving it, to achieving this widening? Do you commit to taking one action in your job or in your working lives to achieve it? And if you just click on this, it should bring you to a poll where you can ask that question, or answer that question: what one action will you take to address this challenge? And we'll just show you the results of that. They will be generated automatically as you start to answer them. So is everybody accessing that? If you click on this, yeah? Is it working? So what action are you going to take? What one action, written very succinctly? What action are you going to take to achieve this? Great. And we just see the synopsized version of that coming up. Networks, UFRAS, FS, to share, talk. Use the networks that you have. Use the inventory, publicize the inventory. If you double click on the pink box, you'll be able to answer the question. But don't worry, we'll take these, we can feed these in. There's no problem whatsoever. Contribute in any way you wish. Excellent. Dissemination and communication, very important. And sharing and talking keeps coming in repeatedly, which is all about the stories that have been emphasized so many times. Talking. So great work, everybody. That brings us to the end. But as I said, the board will remain open for any additional, anything at all that you'd like to wish, and we'll consolidate it. And Raquel, I think it'll be included or in a deliverable, or we'll send it out to partners in the aftermath. It's a good ed memoir. How can we actually practically address this challenge and to keep it at the forefront of our mind as we move forward, particularly in the months immediately following FAIRshare. Thank you very much. I hand over to the next speaker, Tom.
Thank you, Anya. And it always amazes me how much work Anya can do in a few minutes and pull together lots of contributions from everyone. So now we move on to another interactive session. The future of the project outcomes. And again, I introduce Evan Brett from the Agro. So Evan, please go on. You have your presentation.
Yeah, so good morning again. Maybe I did not fully introduce myself during the previous presentation. So I am Evelien Lambrecht. I am business developer at Inagro, which is a research and advice center in the agricultural sector. And we're based in the northern part of Belgium in Flanders. Within the FAIRshare project, we were responsible for the strategic planning and road mapping process. And in that sense, I will start with the roadmap. Here it is. So it's again an interactive session. This is the roadmap we already saw before. So all user cases went through a full process of a road. They started with the creation of a multi-actor network. They identified contextual factors, identified a strategy, formulated a business plan, action plan. Besides, they also followed a lot of trainings. They attended organized cross visits. So really a road, but it's not because the project ends that this road ends. While analyzing the practice abstracts, the roadmaps, we saw a lot of positive feedback, advantages. It was also the message from the carousel yesterday, a lot of positive experiences. During this is the output of the Menti from yesterday. Only positive feedback, so we are sure that the end of the project will not be the end of the user cases and the implementation of digital tools in the agricultural advisory environment. As we are in a project on digital tools, after the Mentimeter and the Klaxoon, we are making use of another tool called Slido. So you can join it with this number. It's working? Ah, yeah. Okay. Sorry. It's working. So I think, again, look at. Still people that are not logged in? Problems? Evie, it's working for you? Okay. So we are targeting not only the user cases, but yeah, also researchers, other stakeholders. So first question is on who are you? I see there is the results are not displaying, and I have the message start presenting to display the poll results. So I don't know if I have. It's working or not? Go back for the code. The code is here. But I'm not sure, yeah. I did a trial and it was working. Yeah. But it's strange that the results are not showing. But is somebody able to enter? No. So maybe we have to check. But nobody is entering, I guess.
So I have this, advisors 13, project managers 12, researcher 5, and that's it. That's it. I don't know.
You will try maybe.
So you can use this if you want to just present.
No, but these are not the categories I defined.
46, so advisor 13 plus project manager 12. We are at the 25, and then researcher 5 at 30. So either they haven't voted because this is Patricia who's struggling to get in.
Yeah, but it's
saying how are you, so it's not exactly low to the how are you question.
But I think we can log in with this, but I don't have the login with this.
Can we ask the help from the guys?
Yeah. They are not ready. So it seems, or maybe we should be logged in with.
I don't. Yeah, I still have the same results.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's an option, the next session, and that we figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay.
Okay, so it seems we have some technical problems with using this Slido tool. I think it's not displaying properly the questions and the results that we should gather. So, Evelyn, if you don't mind, we will move to the next session, which is the panel discussion. And again, Patricia, it's a similar format to yesterday, and so please, the panelists, please come to the stand, and we will. I will hand over to Patricia. So it's two panelists are Anya Butler and Jesse Dunkers from ZLTO. So I'm looking forward to this lively discussion. Okay. Patricia, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Great, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to our discussion here in front, and I'm very happy to have two advisors here, and I'm looking forward to hear some more stories, as we've heard yesterday and this morning. Again, stories about the added value of the user cases of the digital advisory tools. These advisors have been working in the user cases. So on my left, we have Jesse Donkers from ZLTO. He's a project expert with background in plant breeding and biology, and he has been working as an advisor at ZLTO for 5 years. And ZLTO is an association. I know you know all ZLTO and CHAGAS, but for those who aren't very familiar, it's an association. So it's not a research station, it's an association of and for 12,000 farmers in the Netherlands. And the user case is the business and soil water plan. On my right, we have Anya Butler from CHAGASC. CHAGASC is the national body providing research, advisory and training services in Ireland. Anya is a dry stock advisor, and she has completed her master's in 2019 and has been working as an advisor for 4 years. And she wrote me, she loves it. So I think that's fantastic. She has a client list of over 250 clients, imagine. I don't know how she does it.
I don't know either.
Jessie has a client list over 100 clients, so I'm very impressed now already about your experiences. So we go to your user case, and I would like to have very short answers.
Okay.
So sure. I know you can talk over your user case for a lot. So it's really about stories. So what is the main problem you are confronted with in your user case? And
how do you want to solve it? May I start with you, Anya?
Yep.
So what was the challenge the user case was built around?
Yeah, I know you said keep it short, but just a brief synopsis for people that weren't here yesterday. One of our regional managers, George Hartle, gave a presentation on our user case. So from what I learned yesterday, an awful lot of you in the crowd have the DATs, I suppose, are related to apps and such, whereas we're kind of on the other side of the house on the hardware. So our user case was a hardware, a tablet. So we replaced our laptops with tablets so that we could go out on farm and do more on-farm consultations. So in relation to the question, the challenge that we find, I suppose, like any technology at the moment is like, I suppose for me, it's the battery. So ever since I got the tablet, I'm just hitting the road the whole time and we're out there. But unless you have it fully charged going out, it's, it can die on you. So you wouldn't be getting out to too many farms in the one day. And then another challenge would be, so I saw yesterday on the inventory list for the DATs, a lot of your web-based are on websites. And that's fine for the tablet, but if they're on an app base, they won't work on our tablets. So I do know, well, John Leamy is in the audience there, and he's our IT specialist in Teagasc, and they're looking into trying getting some of these apps, the DATs that have been presented yesterday, trying to incorporate them so that we can access them on the tablet. So at the moment, that's a challenge for us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wasn't that short?
That's okay. And you also brought your tablet with you. That's great. I'm going to Jesse. What is your challenge in this business and soil water plan? What was the problem which led to building this user case?
The biggest problem with our business soil and water plan, which we have started to develop in the fall of 2018. We were starting on a project where we were going to a lot of farmers to talk to every one of them about the challenges regarding to soil and water quality, mainly the nitrogen problems at all the farms. And it was clear that none of the farmers had a real clear overview on what measures that we were all taking to get rid of those problems. So we try to build a tool which makes it clear on what the farmers are all doing, but more specific, it makes it clear what measures you should take on that one parcel. So all the public accessible data and all the challenges that are in the Netherlands, they are on a wider or narrower field. So the tool gives you an insight on what measures you as a farmer should take to address those challenges.
Thank you very much. Now, when you think of the added value of this tool for advisors, I will ask later on for farmers, what is the added tool, or what's the added value of this plan?
The added value is it gives you a uniform set of measures. So it doesn't matter if I or a colleague of mine comes to that farmer, it all shows the same measures that you can take. We talked about it earlier that advisors may change. Afiat Rui already said it on the first picture. There were different people here than there are now. So an advisor might change, but the measures, they stay the same. So it gives you a uniform way of giving advice to farmers that is really clear, not only to the farmer, but also to the other parties involved.
And when you think back on the process, during the time you've been working in this user case, what was for you personal, as an advisor, the main impact?
The main impact was realizing how many measures a farmer takes. it wasn't just 1 or 2 measures. They all take 3, 4, maybe 5 measures. They are all working on soil and water quality quite harder than they even think they are doing. And just giving them some insights in what they are doing and what it means to the environment is a great moment, a small victory for myself, but also I think for the other farmers, because
Right.
they can, as I told, you can give them an insight on what they are doing.
And were they surprised also, the farmers, that they are taking so much measures?
Yeah, most of them are, because they don't realize it, because it's just their day-to-day work. But if they do it correctly, it could or should make a big impact.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll change to the hardware. So when you think back on your experiences of the past years, what was the added value of this tablet for you in your daily work?
Yeah, I suppose I'm new enough to the region. I was one of these reluctant advisors at the start to take it. There's 12 regions in Teagasc, and it's 2 regions that came together to get the tablets. And Ger Shortle is my old manager, and he tried to get me to take the tablet. Originally, I think he looked at me as one of these young advisors that's all into the technology, and I was like, no, I'm okay. But anyway, I did take it on. I was just a little bit slow to adapt to it. But now looking back, I'd be lost without it. Like I get out on farms a lot more now. So the added value is that I try changing office consultation into a farm visit instead. So where someone might have came in and discussed their farm performance or, different reports, we try address that now out on farm. So just pick up the laptop and off you go. Or pick up the tablet, still calling it laptop. Yeah, anyway.
What helped you? You said you were reluctant, although you were young. What helped you to make this step or this process?
Yeah, I think my new manager, Richard O'Brien, addressed it there at tea time during Anya McAmulch's other presentation there. He was just saying peer-to-peer learning. So when I came to my new office, majority of the advisors in that office had the tablets. And I quickly realised when they weren't in the office, they had to be somewhere else. So I found out that they had the tablets, so I went after a tablet, and so it was peer-to-peer learning, I suppose, encouragement from the others.
And then you had a tablet, and then what did you do? Do you recall, do you remember how it was to start with this tablet?
Like there was a few technical issues at the start trying to get used to it, like it's touch screen and stuff, you can take off the keyboard and that. But it's got an inbuilt SIM card, so like I don't have to worry about connecting to the internet wherever I am. Now, like phones or anything, the service can be a little bit poor sometimes, but usually it's good.
And then out in the field, how was the interaction with the farmers with this thing in your hands? They were delighted, because a lot of the farmers we find they don't like coming into the office environment or one-on-one beside a desk between you. Whereas now you're out in their environment, they open up to you a little bit more. So the tablet gives you that. I feel like it gives you a bit of a backup, a reassurance, and like we don't have to print off any paperwork now, so we don't have to print off the reports. We have it to hand. And as Nigel mentioned yesterday, Nigel's one of my colleagues in Kilkenny. You don't have to worry about, sometimes we prepare a lot of stuff to go out on a farm visit, as I'm sure a lot of the advisors here do. But when you go out there, like the conversation might go in a completely different way, and we might end up talking about, I don't know, some scheme or something instead, or the performance of the herd, and like you're able to quickly go into some of the DATs that was spoke about yesterday, the ICBF or whatever, and look it up, so you don't have to worry about if I didn't have that report printed off. So like, usually you would have to say, oh look, I'll look at it when I get back to the office, but now I can actually just address that issue on farm, so I find that a huge benefit. Mm-hmm. Did you expect this this opening up from the farmers due to the tablet? And I mean, that it really is an added value.
Yeah, look, some farmers are going to be slow to address. Like, I think we spoke about that in the last 2 days. Like, you know, some farmers are slow to adapt to technology, but I find if you show them in person, like if I showed you there now how we can go through things, when you're in the office, you can't really do that because it's hard to relate the information back to the farmer just in the office. Whereas if you're out in the farm, just one of my experiences, it wasn't so long ago, I went out and we were talking about a new scheme that came in, and then the farmer just mentioned about the cows. They wanted the cull from the herd, but I quickly went into ICBF and was able to look up the better performing cows, so we picked out tag numbers. And I know some farmers do know their cows inside out, but it's easier in the field to be able to point out and say, yeah, she, like, you know, might not be the best performing cow and which ones to cull from the herd. So I know that farmer in particular found it very useful that day because I didn't have to send on any reports or numbers later. He didn't have to try write them down or remember it. So like they do adapt if they can see. Farmers are very they're like ourselves. Obviously, majorities in the room are probably farmers, but like seeing is believing. So it's getting them to actually, you know, I think you only remember 10% of what you read, and is it 20% of what you hear. But like at least when you're out in the farm, they're seeing and believing, and they're taking a lot more of it in. So you find that they actually understand some of these stats a lot better because you're able to put it into practice.
Great, thank you very much. Yesterday you explained to me that being in the field has an added value for you.
Yeah.
Because you see more.
Yeah.
Can you explain that again?
Yeah, I remember starting out in Teagasc 6 years ago. I originally started as a student, and Tom Kelly was one of the first people that I met that week. I don't know, does he remember? And he said, how lucky was I to start a role that involved being out in the farm. And at the beginning, because I was a student, I was shadowing advisors. So I did see that, I suppose, that fantastic thing of being out on farms and meeting farmers. But then when I got my role as an advisor, I was starting to think Tom Kelly was lying to me because I wasn't really out on farms at all. But now that the tablet, which he was very much involved in, has got me back out on the farms, the role, the job itself, is so much more enjoyable, and you can actually physically be in the field, present with the farmer. And now you understand when he's talking about, we deal a lot with the farm maps that were discussed in different projects there. So like, when you're reading the maps online in the office, you can't relate it back. Whereas you're standing in the field and he's saying, oh, I told you that's only a dry drain over there. Or different things, like you're actually physically able to relate it back, and you'll remember that farm. So at the moment, yeah, I'm finding it a huge benefit just being present in the moment.
Thank you very much. Audience, please think of your questions. You will have a chance to ask questions to Anya and Jessie. I'll come back to Jessie now. You said the farmers were surprised to realize that they already have a lot of measures on nitrate and so on. So in what context is that so important in the Netherlands? What comes out of this project?
Nitrogen is the hot topic in the Netherlands at this point. It makes the government try to buy out other farms. Building new houses is on locks. So actually the whole country is at this point is sort of on hold, thanks of all the problems those surrounding the nitrogen issues. So making them see that there is a problem, but that they are also a part of the solution is very useful and very helpful. That they can understand a little bit more. Like, okay, if we take these measures and we collect the data from it, we have something to show for towards the government. Like, we are doing something. We are not just spreading out the manure and the fertilizer, but we are doing it for a reason. And that's a big eye-opener for farmers. But now, hopefully, we just need to try to get the government to also open their eyes and see that we are working on the solutions, but soil isn't really quick in showing that everything is getting better.
Do you think you are able with this tool to help the government to realize this notion that soil doesn't change very quickly and that measures, it takes time until we can measure what the effect of the implementation?
Yeah, I think you can already start showing it because we got a few years of data now going, but at this point we're just making plans, and the government is already seeing that, okay, we can see that you are doing a lot, and the numbers are getting better, but they're not good enough. So we are still obliged to give you more regulation. And what we are hoping to do in the next years is to add extra measurements to the plans. Because if you can have a plan and also have a measurement that proves something is good, then the government, or at least we hope that the government is willing to listen to that, or at least see it.
I think it's very remarkable that this digital advisory tool plays a role not just on the farmer level, but also on the governmental level. So it's like a boundary object between the different actors. So what do you think is the future of your DATS?
I think if we can prove to the farmers, but also to the government in the next years that we achieve a lot in getting better soils and better water quality, then this tool is there to stay. But if in the next years the government still makes more general rules instead of specific rules, so if they don't start rewarding farmers for their effort, I don't think the tool will be used after the next project. So we got 4 years to prove the tool is a good tool, and if the government doesn't start listening to that, then I think that's the problem.
Yeah, thank you.
It isn't the tool, it's mainly the government, I guess.
You said the use of the tool, and that brings me to the last question, the trainer. What were your experiences when sharing your experiences with the tool through the training of other advisors? What were your main experiences?
We started developing this tool with 5 of our own colleagues with it, so they were quite used to how the tool works and what it does. But ever since we started training other advisors, because they didn't know the tool, they didn't know what it could do, they were quite skeptic about it, like, okay, but it's all digital, and what does it, it's just a number, but if you can get them into the tool, like, okay, but how do you use it? I think Anja already said it, like some of those advisors are farmers themselves, so they have to see it on their own farm level, maybe, and then they start realizing that the tool does work, and the numbers do really speak out if you go and work with the tool. So that was a big eye-opener for at least a couple of other advisors. But also the age is a big thing, because most advisors work a certain way, because that's the, how you say it? It's familiar for them and the other farmers. But now we have to go into the future, and I think the advisory will change a bit. So tools like these will come in more often than they might think. So they just kind of have to accept that this change is being made, and instead of seeing it as a problem, you could also start seeing it as a solution.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much, Jesse. And from you, the outlook, we address the training aspect, or how do you share your experiences with using this tablet, or how are you spreading it in Ireland?
Yeah, I also had that discussion at tea time. I felt brave and I was asking Richie for more tablets. The only way, like we see now from attending trainings and stuff, we specialise in separate enterprises in our job. Sometimes you can overlap, but when I attend dry stock training, not everyone obviously there would have tablets. So the message gets out that way. And you hear from, like obviously one of the other added values is that like when we get back to the office, there's very little follow-up now. It can create some more workload, but 9 times out of 10 you can close the case out on the farm. Whereas you hear from other advisors and they have to go back and print them off and post them out and speak about reports over the phone afterwards. Whereas I suppose sharing of our own experiences, we definitely know in our 2 regions, there's roughly 20 of us with the tablets, but in the 2 regions, I don't know, I could be wrong on this now, but there could be 70-something advisors. So all of a sudden they all want a tablet now. So we're getting the message out there. I don't think anyone has any negative feedback on it. So it just comes down to money, if anyone wants to invest in us.
Thank you very much. And now I would like invite the audience. Perhaps you have specific questions you would like to address to Jessie or Anya. Or perhaps Tom has another question. So if not, I really want, yes, Anya, please.
Thank you. It was so interesting to listen to all of that, and it kind of reflects the last session as well. So the challenge then of communicating and to kind of create a hunger for the use of DATs and tablets and technology in the advisory community. And Anya was saying, you know, she was presumed to be just somebody who was really interested in technology, so we'll ask Anya to try this out. And then at the end, Anya, you said, well, now everybody wants one. How did that happen? What were the main things or conversations or revelations to create that hunger, which is exactly what we need to try to replicate, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, like I suppose there definitely is 1 or 2 advisors that stick out in my head that probably don't want to go near the tablets just yet, but we'll convince them yet. But there is a lot more of them that do want them. And it's definitely through us sharing of our experiences. We're very lucky in Teagasc. We have a great networking community, whether it's through training or at lunch break. Tea breaks are a big thing. But like we each share stories about what we found. Nigel, I definitely think when I came to the region, his encouragement for this tablet, unfortunately he was away at another conference, but he spoke very highly of it, and like we're getting additional things now. Like I have a wireless headset with me and a wireless mouse, and it's all these little things. So like we don't have wires and stuff. And I know Nigel we have one within the region, but he's definitely been using it a lot more with his discussion groups. A projector, a wireless projector. So instead of having things in the classroom, a meeting that he can go out and farm and just put up on a blank wall. So we definitely are speaking about it a lot more. So I suppose it does come back to the peer-to-peer learning and showing them the benefits. There's definitely the benefits outweigh any negatives that we can find anyway. So I just think it's definitely peer-to-peer learning, so it doesn't matter if you're the assumed young advisor.
Assumed young advisor, exactly. Peter?
I have a question to Jessie. Till now, we made our programs and all, and our advice really, at the end, the euros were below the line. I think in this tool, we have not the euros central, and still farmers can be very happy to use it. How will we? How would we express? How would you do that more? I think that's a good starting point, maybe.
So you mean the benefit of using the tools instead of creating more profit? Including, yeah. Well, as I was saying, it gives a farmer a clear insight on what he's doing on a local level, but also on a broader scale on what he's working on. So these challenges about the soil and water quality, they are on a national level to make it clear, like, how am I as a farmer working on those challenges? That is a big plus. And after you do it, a lot of farmers, they see a score because it's a score from 1 to 100. And everybody who starts at a 5 does a couple of measurements and ends up with a 7. You can see, at least that was my opinion also in school, if you got a 7, then why not go and get an 8 or a 9? Just get the higher score, and you can also see, like, okay, I have to take that measure to get the higher score. So that doesn't take me much more work, but it does give me a higher score. So it does motivate the farmers also to work to get higher scores, because I think everybody is being repulsed by the color red, but the color green is a good color. So if it's a green and a 6, but a green and an 8 is better. So it motivates people also to get a higher score.
Thank you, Jesse. Other questions? Dora?
Just be aware we are almost in the red here from a time point of view.
Yeah, I could continue forever. Okay, last question, Dora.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentations and experiences. Could you maybe elaborate a bit, because different advisors start with different digital proficiency levels. Could you maybe explain what your experiences are with getting training, getting support, or how you set up something like that to ease the adoption from the advisors? What measures do you take in order to support them, not only in the initial training, which I understand is normally foreseen, but experience in sharing what the tool does and sometimes doesn't do, if there are issues, is there a continuous training program, stuff like this?
Yeah, I'll go first there, if you don't mind, Jesse.
Oh, no,
but we have a great, we do have great support in Chagas. As I said already, John Leamy is up in the audience, but like RT service is vast. Like there's quite a few of them that work in it. We again go back to the peer-to-peer learning. So we've had this year alone, I don't know, we're in October, maybe we've had 3 sessions all together with people that have had the tablets, and we found that so useful, because I think at one of the lads didn't even realise we had a stylus pen inside in the you had to fold down the extra thing. So we're learning from each other the different things, how you can get the noise cancelling off our headsets and stuff. Just simple things, but it's sharing through our training. So we're definitely going to work on that a bit more. But if I had something like out of the blue, like an IT problem, I'm actually hooked up to Skype now. So even though I think it's probably 10 o'clock in the morning at home, I could ring my IT desk now, and it'll actually ring through to Skype in Ireland, and they'd be able to fix the problem. Well, I'd hope they'd be able to fix the problem. But the support there in our organisation is excellent, I have to say.
Thank you. Would you like to have a quick answer?
I think the peer-to-peer learning is a great effort. Talking to your colleagues on how they use the tool is a big plus. And what we also noticed, we've got an app group on the WhatsApp with all the advisors. So if there's something that isn't clear or isn't working, we just ask on WhatsApp, and the developers are also in it. So most of the time you can get a pretty quick response to it. So that's using another dot within the project or within the advisors. So that's a way we keep on learning.
Yeah. Okay, keep on learning. I think that's a good point for all of us. Thank you very much for your attention, and a big applause for our tour advisors.
Thank
you.
Again, thank you, Patricia, Jesse, and Anya. I think that was a really excellent session. I'm going to try, and at this stage, we will ask Evelyn to come back and try and work the Slido and this level of interaction. So, Peter, you can sit easy for another minute or for another 5 minutes or 10 minutes while we try out the technology.
So welcome back, and let's give it another try. Thank you for the flexibility and for the support. Can you try again to log in? So we will ask some questions on your future perspectives and how you would see support into the future. I will start with the first question. It's okay? So who are you? The majority are advisors, also a lot of researchers. We are 47, 50. So it's good to see that the majority are advisors. Let's go to the next. Are you looking for more tools to optimize your work? We again reach almost, we reach the 50 people. So this is, yes, very clear. And which kind of tools are you most excited about to implement in the near future? Analysis and benchmarking, applications and regulations, e-mapping, drawing, the real-time monitoring and decision support, more on training, learning, client billing management. So we see that the real-time monitoring and decision support is the winning one, and followed by analysis and benchmarking. Also training and learning is an important one. The other ones are less clear. And can you also share the objective of any of your upcoming projects related to the implementation of digital advisory tools? We see the interoperability, efficiency, sustainable cultivation, easy to use. Mobile version, yeah, further data integration. Interoperability is an important one, coming back several times. Reduced pesticide use, reduced workload. Decision support, marketing, networking, functionality. User friendliness, easy to use. share tools with other farmers, advisors over Europe. So we see that there are still a lot of objectives that we would like to fulfill into the future while working with the tools. And did you already check our inventory with more than 350 DATs? Answer is not appearing, I don't know. Do you see the answer? So I hope it's yes. I assume it's yes. I don't know what happened. But okay, look, it's here. So what I wanted to say is on the inventory, there are also filters and the categories that I just introduced in the Slido. You can find back here as well. So if you are mainly interested in the analysis and benchmarking tools, you can filter on that tools. So this is really a help, and depending on your needs, you can hence filter for a useful tool for your case. And then another question, which kind of support do you see as most valuable for the future to enhance the uptake of that in your organization? Artificial intelligence, dissemination, farm demonstration, discussion groups, funding, cross-visit, ChatGPT. Is there someone who is willing to give some explanation or give some? New generation, demonstrations, meetings in person. Sharing knowledge. So training, demonstration, and peers are coming back a lot, which we can try to organize, of course. And then the last one is which emoji best represents how you feel about the future of the tools you are implementing or you would like to implement. Some positive feelings, enthusiastic, also some doubting. It's nice to see all those different emojis, but I think the majority is quite positive, but some also face some bottlenecks or in doubt. But in general, I think we can conclude that all the user cases are convinced of the benefits of digital advisory tool. They have some bottlenecks to face, for example, delays in implementation. But there were also a lot of suggestions to overcome them during the presentation. There was a trainings, there was a peer-to-peer learning that was mentioned. Then we can say that the end of the project is not the end of the adaptation or the adoption of that. Use cases are ready for testing, validating, optimizing, upscaling their user cases. Another thing is the inventory remains available, and you can choose the best fitting that for you in line with your needs. Also the materials and the methods that are generated within the project, and you mentioned also the training materials that are interesting, so they remain available to support you in the implementation of that in the future. And I would also like to say, if organizations or projects are interested in the results, we are open to provide output of this project, and we are also looking to include the results in the EU Farm Book. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. If there is any question, I think we have demonstrated that the technology will work. You may have glitches, but it does work. So, yeah. So I think we will move straight to Peter's presentation, unless I don't think there's a need for a question on these, unless somebody has a very urgent comment or question. No, we don't want to intervene with lunch. Okay. So thank you again very much, Evelyn. Excellent. Peter, what have you got in store for us now for the next? Please keep the microphone in hand. This is going to be very interactive. I can feel it.
Well, I won't be very technical now. I just have a few simple slides in the presentation that is shown now. I think it will come up. I see. Should I click on something, or
No, you just wait.
It's all done for me. An applause for the people who organize all the technique here. That's one thing. I'm really surprised how well it looks, everything, and how smooth it goes. And it is quite complex to have this on this way, because when you work with it, you know how difficult it is. This time I made the technique quite simple. I come back, it's just a simple PowerPoint and with some things that you already saw, but repeat is always important, I heard, so that's why I don't feel sad about that. You see the user cases. We have 20 assigned, 9 new partners, so the 20 they knew at the start that they would have a user case. So you would think it's quite simple to start it, but we come back to that later. New partners had a new challenge in that, and the 13 subcontracted, the smaller ones, till 30,000 euros, they did tremendously much with it. That was our 42 use cases. Great learning experiences on all teams, all sectors, and the teams, let me go into that, because the teams are broad, and in the farm this all comes together, and I think many of these themes that you see here around the farmers that discuss around it are covered in the different use cases. That asked, when there is so much different things to do, that asked for an organization that solves it. So this spaghetti organization was managed by us. And in this case, it seems a bit simpler. It's all organized around the use cases, the work packages that we worked in. And that's really a strong point in FAIRshare. In your use case, so much happened. From the description, learning, business plan, cross-visit, progress report, update the roadmap, training, learnings. And then, in fact, we go in the next cycle and so on. And there the work packages worked intensively together. What we constructed further was more in detail. Every task that was defined. We had other partners, and they did a great job. So that was good to have such a broad group of people with different qualities. And there were, of course, challenges. I put the rosary here because the 7 what was it, of Mary, the 7 sorrows of Mary, they come back here. So at the start, Tom had a lot of sorrows, and we shared the sorrow. I saw the Greek rosary is a bit shorter, they have less sorrow. And the 7 sorrows, I would like to go through it together with you. The challenge, of course, in projects we never speak about problems, we never speak about sorrows, we speak about challenges. So the first challenge is to find a use case challenge instead of describing a DATS to solve it. We experienced at the start, we thought we asked people, just describe your challenge, what you will do, what you need to do with the advisors, what the advisors face as things they should do better. But at the end, at the start, we got some description of DATS, and so it was quite difficult. And I would like here to ask 1 or 2 or 3 remarks from people in the room now. What was your experience at the start? How did we support you? How were we distant from you? Did we make silly questions? We tried to make it clear, but it was, of course, not always clear what we said. So please, 1 hand raised or to give some comments on what we did. Maybe that's not necessary. You could also give positive comments, but that's not what I intend to do, really learnings from it. Are there remarks on this, please? Okay. And the second one, please think of your question already, what your remark.
So at the beginning, and I started in my engagement in this project in the 2nd year of the project, my impression was that it was too comprehensive. And there I couldn't find a solution, at least a team to join and to make a proper job to define the challenge, to define the roadmap and everything else. So at the beginning I was slightly scared of the project, but now after it's done, I feel released. Thank you.
So it took, after you had this question, it took really some time to get over it and to see what worked. Could we help in that?
After a few years of hard working and team support and your great support and efforts, it was finally well done, and I was very, very happy to confirm that our team was completely content and supporting the thing that is going well at the end as a result, and not only as a result, but also as an outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this remark.
Well, at the very beginning, it was really hazy. It was quite difficult to explain first to myself what the hell is a user case, and then to explain to the managers and to collaborators the user case. And we did not have a proper translation, and we still call it the user case, whatever it is. But the good thing is it was growing and developing and rolling through the time, and now we have the clear vision. That is good.
Thank you. Could we make it clearer at the start? Do you think, could we make it more simple? Would that be a solution?
No, it's just the way it is.
Okay, thank you. So, well, you know another 7, the 7 principles of Da Vinci. That's one of them is fumato, and that means keep it hazy at the start. And so we did that Da Vinci principle. But it was really a challenge for us to get everyone on the same track, and thank you. That's reflected well by you, and that's honest. That's how it happened. Let's go to the second challenge. You saw the business canvas. For the business case, we made it simpler. That was the great work of Natuurland. They made something more understandable, because everyone knows a house, and you know what is the basement, and you know what is the the lightning rod, and so on. So I hope this helped. But to describe the business case, business plan after that, the roadmap, the vision, what was your experience about that? Was it helpful? Was it well explained? Was it as you liked? Could it be different? Please, 1 or 2 comments on this. Please, if someone raise a hand, I'm really very happy.
That was a quantum leap. This house was the quantum leap in methodology and approach to the next step. So thanks to our colleagues from Bavaria.
Okay, Natuurland, positive comment. Another remark on this. I just need 2 remarks. Then we continue to the next one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, for us, this is, of course, we have a lot of work, and we have to stop and brainstorming for this. But it was very positive because in our company, we involve our advisors to define the activities together, to see how have value. So it became a team activity, a team to develop this, not only for one person on that, but in the first, like they say, it's kind of complicated to understand it, but then when we understand and understand where we go, what is the objective, and involve the team to define the traceability of the company, it was very positive, very positive.
Thanks a lot. What I sometimes hear is innovation is slowing down. So I see Dora.
This was really helpful because we involved advisors who had no relation to the project, and this approach was devoid of any project specificities. So we focused solely on the solution without being forced to describe anything of the project. So it was very easy to communicate and get a common understanding without having to take the detour over the project language and explaining the project structure, which was of no immediate interest to them.
Oh, okay, thank you for this translation role that you took there, so that the advisors could stay in their work and you could manage not to communicate everything. I think that's very useful. Thank you. Next is to create a team, get started and organized. That after planning, doing the things and looking at that time maybe also already at involving the advisors. That's part of the team. Involving the farmers around the advisors. Someone has a comment there, maybe to say a suggestion or a remark, an idea. I ask a lot of you, of course, but if one hand raised, that's fine. Okay, I see a hand. Who already think of the second hand? Yes, please.
Yeah, so in fairness, it took a while, as Anya said in her presentation there, for advisors to take on the new technology and then to kind of identify the DATs that were out there, be it through Chagas or through other agencies that they could use. So there was a challenge there, but once we got the tablets out there and people start using them, there was a greater awareness and there was a greater need that people felt that there was other advisors now are coming back to us. Yes, it was a challenge to start, but now they're coming back to us and saying, I'd like one of those tablets. So I suppose every challenge has a good outcome, hopefully.
So you were the example and people came to you at the end. That's the pulling, what is it, the pushing or the pulling factor? Thank you, yeah. I see other hand, no other hand. Okay, then I'll just continue to the next challenge. The visit or organize and visit across visit. I think the organization was, the total overview was it was done very well. All these cross visits were very interesting, were comprehensive, were interactive, and so on. And it was sometimes not easy to get enough visitors. How is that in relation to your agenda? And so, how was that? Please give some comments on it, Adora. Someone more? Think of it.
So we organized a cross visit, which was fantastic, because people came together. It's not because we organized it, but of the people who participated. Sorry, that could be misleading. The people who participated had really practical experience and challenges in the same activity, which meant that they very quickly bonded and that they very quickly went into a deep discussion and really practicality. And the cross visit we participated in is that of Naturland, and there was no immediate use of the DAT they have presented at that time for us. But now I think it's 2 years later, 1.5 years later, something like that. We caught up yesterday that now it has appeared in our organization that solution we have seen at that time, 1.5 years earlier, might be a suitable DAT for us now. So we had a very big time lag, but a good benefit out of it.
Okay, thank you. Some things getting underwater and coming popping up again. Maybe Natuurland or others react on how it was the cross visit. Most of you did organize and did go to. Please give a comment on that. Yeah, Marta. Tom is coming in.
Okay. Yes, I would like to remark that the methodology of defining of the cross visit was fantastic, very clear and very practical in our opinion. And for me, it was really good to gather and to stay with user cases similar to our user case. And I particularly remarked the event, the online event with the matchmaking cross visits in which we could understand and know all the other user cases in order to organize the cross visits. So I found it really useful. And congratulations for the methodology. It was really great.
Thank you. Thank you. Mariana.
Thank you. We organized an online cross visit. It was the first one in 2021, and besides that, we had a very good experience, and we had a lot of participants because it was the beginning. I have to say that we actually elaborated through those online cross visits these digital tools that can be used for interaction, like Slido, Klaxoon, and we used it afterwards in other projects everywhere. So that's really an added value. We had bad luck that we had to organize the cross visit during COVID, but luckily we learned something new. So that was our benefit.
That's great. Take advantage of the disadvantage. That's, yeah, sure.
Thank you. From my opinion, that cross visits are a very important part, how to put the results from the project to the reality. That was shown from AgriSpin project in all projects till now. That was the, let's say, the common conclusion. Also, what was the task of work package 6 was also good preparation of guidelines for cross visits. So following that, I think that with evaluation of all cross visits, probably you didn't have any big troubles with that. So everything in that project was very well organized and let's say very well prepared in pre-preparation phase of cross visits.
Thank you to the one who did it was of course a task lead, so that's really a great job. Thank you. Let's go to the next. The training of advisors and the experience after that in advice, because we asked to give feedback at the end in the evaluation also feedback on 2 farmers or more to see how they experienced what came out of the complete step. What, please, any reaction on this? I think we talked about the training very well already, but any other remark? Yeah, Dora. Who's first? We do. We look who is fastest. And,
without falling.
Tom won.
Just one hint, maybe for the future, because we had 2 use cases which we did, and one was automating some processes, which meant that our advisors didn't need to get involved in that tool, but that they were doing some back-end work. And this process, for example, kicked us then completely out of the usual process because we were not able to fit what we were developing into the process predefined.
Okay, there is much difference between the use cases, between the work, and so we try to match to that, but that's always an issue. We talk about diversity. Yeah, sure. Other remarks about the training. My remark is we did not expect to use the training, and we did need it, and we did not expect to motivate the advisors, and we did need to pay special attention to that. So that was a mind shift for us. Reporting, that's always the boring period, but you were called by ILVO. They took the phone and they called you, and that. But also we asked you to give some small reports, and it took some effort to get these reports back. So we don't blame anyone, but it is really a challenge to get in all projects to get reports back in the project. Reporting should in fact be something that helps you, and where it helps you is you can find so much what we learned out of it in the website, and so you can find it back. But please, remarks on how we did the report. I thought we did it, make it very easy for you, but that's of course the perception of the one who asked the question, and the one who had to answer has maybe a better opinion. Please give us any remarks or opinion on that. I don't have remarks. Well, that's always with, when you talk about a report, you don't get anything back. That's
not even a negative comment. So, so we must be right.
Yeah, well, this is your last chance to say something about that. Otherwise, we say, well, it's well finished. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Season had the task to summarize all the reports from the cross visits and generate a final report. So it was very challenging because it was not only summarizing, but we supposed, and I suppose that we were right, that we need to have an added value of, in that report. So to make a summary of the all cross visits, it was really exhausting, but also we were lucky to read all the reports from all the partners, and it was very interesting to see their experiences, their opinions in those reports, and it was actually really high quality time during reading that. Going through all the reports.
Sure. Related to that, all the ones who had the challenge to make a report, to give all the delays, and so to compensate that, I would like to give a big applause for everyone in the evaluation, in the cross-visit, in the training, everyone who processed the reporting. I would give them a big applause. Thanks to those people who suffered. And then the 7th challenge is to communicate. you have plans or experiences to communicate now and after the meeting. You see the LinkedIn, you can just continue to post your things wherever you want. Do you have plans? Please give some ideas what you will do next to communicate. Of course, Consuli will have plans, but I think we all could have plans. Please share it. No plans?
I can share mine.
Okay.
Because I'm from a remote area in Portugal, and we are mainly dairy farm. I have been sharing some of the results with them, and I will continue with the government of the Azores sharing what has been the results of the project and how can be the DATs can be useful for them in the future, and also the experience of Chagask with the tablets in the fields. It is quite different from what they do now, but I will have the opportunity to share with them in December, sit down and discuss, and I think slowly have the opportunity that others, because the project has a limit of participants, have the opportunity to others that were not able to participate and maybe don't go to other projects, but to give them access to the results and how they can do it, and maybe from there have other partnerships in the future.
Great, thank you. And I think this is a good final word about the project. I would like to thank you all for your contribution here and for the contribution in the total of the project to where we came now. Thank you.
Could you, just to let you know that we have to be here again at 2. Sorry for always being very demanding without the timetable, but we will have quite a few of very interesting user cases in the afternoon to finish, and then Vanya with policy recommendations. So please be here at 2. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch. Okay. Hello again. Thank you all for being here. Just a quick note. We will have, this is, Anya was preparing what was the outcome from today's session that she organized in the morning. And then it's available for you to consult and add any information that you want regarding the exercise we did this morning. And I will ask to start to put the first presentation. And who's the first one? Okay. So Sasha, we will have quite a few user cases this afternoon. I will ask you to be precise in your time so that we can stick with our timetable. And everyone comes here and presents their organization and then does the presentation. If this is okay for you, I will be downstairs with a microphone for anyone that has questions regarding the user cases. And if you don't remember at the time, if you want to discuss any ideas with the people doing the presentations, do so in the next break and afterwards. The other thing I want to tell you is we are joining in an informal way for dinner in a Greek restaurant that Sasha recommends. And if you want to join us, what is it? Taverna Cosmas. And if you want to join us, it will be at 7:30. Please let me know, and I will, so we can do a reservation if you want to come. It's not mandatory. If you come, it's our pleasure to be with you for the last time. Okay, so we will start. Thank you. Sasha, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Sasha Plesteniak, and I'm a project manager in Chamber of Agriculture and Forestry of Slovenia. So I will start with the carousel user cases of Southeastern Europe Hub, and I will present the user case digitalization of the conventional agricultural advisory service model. What have we built with this user case until now in Slovenia? So our user case, in our user case, we wanted to rearrange the Moodle platform so that it would be suitable for education, learning, trainings, and advising in agriculture in the work of the agricultural advisory service. At the strategic workshop, we formulated our main goal in the development of our platform. So the goal was to improve the efficiency of work in advisory service through effective digitalized professional advising and to enable the digital networking of farmers and advisors from a wider geographical area. Our most important expectation was to develop a platform that would answer the 5 key challenges we face in Slovenian agriculture and in our advisory work. So the first one was advisory service must be accessible to farmers at any time. So the need arose that there was like 20% of the farmers that were full-time farmers. The rest of them have have the job, and the side job is being a farmer. So they need to get the advice when they seem it's appropriate, or in the time that they have time. So they would there was a need that the system would enable the transfer of knowledge and advice to farmers at any time, so that there would be a possibility for education and participation in trainings, and the answers to specific questions would be answered at any time. And from this point of view, it would be important that our farmers would have an opportunity to choose the time for their trainings and learnings. The second one was to reach all the farmers, because our farmers are quite spread or scattered around Slovenia. They live in remote valleys and hillsides, and they are located quite far away from the cities. So still, despite all this, they are, and being small, they play a key role in preserving our landscape. Advisors and advisor specialists will be also reachable to more farmers this way. So farmers can listen, follow, or read certain advice and information by themselves. Above all, advisors do not need to repeat the information over and over again. So we want that this time the advisors save by the availability of information on the platform. They use it or spend it to the visit, for the visit to the farms. So more advice on the farm and the possibility to answer more specific questions. There is also another challenge, one-to-one advice. So it finds easy ways that farmers could exchange documents and important information about their farm with their advisor, to have an online advice, and this way it's reduced the need to visit advisory offices and to gain as well specific explanations. So this way it's also more trustworthy to exchange this information and as well enhance the productivity. Then I think this is the last one. The professional materials and educational content are gathered in one place, because now Slovenia's Public Agriculture Advisory Service operates in 9 legal entities within the framework of Chamber of Agriculture and Forestry. So each institute has its own website and other forms of interactive communication channels. So the information gets doubled. So it's on more sites. So in this, it's the goal that we have only one site where all the information would be gathered. So where are we now? Of course, now the main question is if we succeeded. We are very confident that we are on the right path. The platform is very important and represents a big step and change in advisory work. And as well, it is certainly necessary because the farmers expect it and they see more advantages in it as in its existence than in operation than we do. So here are some print screens of our website, our Moodle platform. There are like different production systems that you can see and click on them and to get information in it. So the application is in operational phase now. We have upgraded to the last version of Moodle, and we have over 100 different contents loaded for testing. It is used by more than 50 advisors, field advisors, specialists, and coordinators, and it has been testing the functionalities and various possibilities of adding content. We made some minor content and technical corrections, but we got really positive feedback from first farmers and advisors who tested it. We want to put the new program and measures of the Rural Development Program for 2024-2027 in the application as learning content for advisors. Our platform is, as I said, in operational phase and open for the development. It brings a lot of possibilities for the own creativity of all the agricultural advisors who will be able to use it, but at the same time, the width and speed of this expansion is so dependent on people that is difficult to predict when it will be fully functional or fully usable tool. So the platform is at the beginning now, and active dissemination is among the users. These are some, like the Slovenian name of the platform is e-nasvet. It's like a game of words, because nasvet means in Slovenian advice, but svet means world. And our vision is being connected in knowledge for the future of Slovenian agriculture. This down is the domain, and on the right side it's the logo of platform. So the most valuable lessons and learnings are how to use the platform and put the content in it, how to disseminate the information, that being creative with the content is the best thing to get the most views. There is a lot of interest in interactive education and advising, appreciation of the option to determine the time of the training by the farmers themselves. The content can be listened to several times. So some puzzling aspects are that providing the financial means to keep the platform running smoothly after the end of the project, seeking benefits that will mean active use by a larger number of advisors and reluctance to change. Lack of digital skills, mostly for elderly advisors and farmers. Allocating rights for different levels of advice. And the added value our user case brought to the FAIRshare project is that it is a part of the DATS inventory. It has a usability for other users, like maybe schools, universities, and so on. It's a bridge between advisors and other users. So key highlights in respect to the project are the project was very well set up and produced a lot of good IT tools. The opportunities to exchange experiences with other projects, partners were very good. Innovations, especially those that change the way work is done, take time to improve. And a good team and time planned in advance for this work is very important for the success of the project. So the added value is that direct access to information from a specific expert, faster and easier access to information and knowledge. Training time is adapted to one's own abilities and needs. Accessibility also to remote users, advice and available at any time. Exchange of experiences and views during cross visits, gaining new knowledge, ideas, good practices when visiting other user cases. Here, one information about this poster. It got this year, a few weeks ago in Dresden, it got the first prize on the competition among the 80 posters. presented. So I would like to say thanks for giving us the opportunity to develop and adapt the Moodle platform to our agricultural advisory needs. So this is a photo from our cross visit in Slovenia. We had a really good team, and it was a really nice experience for all of us. And thank you for your attention. Hvala. Would you like, somebody would like to ask something?
Okay, so we will pass to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Sasha. And now we will be Igor.
Hello to everybody. My name is Igor, also coming from Chamber of Agriculture and Forestry of Slovenia. Inside our chamber, we are also providing advisory service as a public service with concession from Ministry of Agriculture. And as Sasha mentioned, our advisory service cover all Slovenia and employed around 330 advisors. So this is not so small, but not so big number of advisors. So our user case is strategic management, farm management planning. Why we decided to let's say, not develop, but adapted the platform to our needs. That was the challenge and needs. Especially, this is very obviously, and I think that seen mostly across Europe, that entrepreneur skills are one of the key elements of survival of agriculture, especially in current rapidly changing economy. That one of important characteristic of our farmers is that that they are on daily or operational, rather strategic decisions. Their decisions are what will happen tomorrow, not what will happen after 10 years with their farm. That is importance of a dissemination of knowledge regarding strategic long-term planning and entrepreneurship, and also from our view, lack of good digital tools to support advisors to help farmers in the field of entrepreneurship. So that platform was developed, let's say, more than 10 years ago. It was developed in Wageningen. So I think the first adaptation of this platform was from 2015 through Erasmus Plus project, where our advisory service was also the partner. And what is very important that this platform has a very good methodology developed regarding usage of strategic management tool. So the owner is WUR, and already today the owner is UL. So we made a contract with them, and we also, let's say, I will show at the end what we intend to do in future time with this platform. TSAFS was the project partner, so through this project we also made some changes in grant agreement so that we enable to harmonize platform to our needs of our advisory service. And what was the goal? That was adaptation of the tool to the need of Slovenian advisory service, in field to correct translation, in field to improve the calculation behind the platform. That means in core part of platform, to make platform more stable, to serve more and larger groups and users, because this is mostly mostly for the farmers, and to use it actively and efficiently for at least 10 years. That means we also made agreement with WUR for next 10 years, and after 10 years, I believe that we will have to adapt new version of that platform. Strategic management tool is primarily used in a forum of 3 days workshops. That means we don't speak about the platform which can be used every day, in every time, in the app, on mobile, but is a platform which is used especially for farmers, for group of farmers working together with advisors, and farmers are the people who provide the data, and the role of advisor is just to lead the process and to communicate and let's say disseminate the things and results of findings for the farmers. That means farmer uses this tool themselves, and they are responsible for the content of the strategic plan. Advisor is only there to lead the process professionally and to help interpret the results. Some basic informations about that data. I think I can skip that because we don't have a lot of time. This part, there is proposal for strategic development of the farm. Always gets more than one proposal for develop. So maybe what is important training to use must be, that means advisors and also the farmers should be trained before using that platform. And we also improved through this FAIRshare project is that with that platform we cover all agriculture sectors. Something more about the platform. That means that through an in-depth analysis on the farmer environment, the tool shows the farmer the best possibilities suitable for him and his farm, and helps him to prepare a farm development strategy. The farmer learns which farming strategy is more suitable for him and how to can implement it with additional support. That is the communication between farmers. That means if they farm, that means data. Farmer can choose that data are also between him and advisor, and also because the group of, let's say, 6 to 10 farmers that can exchange that data and maybe find the common solution with them together. But this is very difficult often because each farmer possibly they have some, let's say, business secrets they want to share. They don't want to share with others. So especially in economic way, not technological way, but economic. This is the truth. That means target users are advisors and the farmers, and that maybe that's all. The process to using this tool is divided into 2 steps. One is report steps. That means in that phase, all data are involved in the platform, and the analysis was prepared and discussed about that. And after results of that, in the report, the second part, the draft, let's say draft strategy can be prepared and showed and discussed, and in the end, the plan of action also is prepared. Here is very important communication. This process is almost all time with putting question, close question, opening question, how to get the main and the right the size results. How we went through this user case implementation, we defined this in 12 steps, but what was important? The important was to follow the vision, successful long-term farm development through knowledge transfer, use of digital tools and cooperation. The important was the mission, advising in the field of strategic development of farm in Slovenia, and main goal, spreading the importance of strategic planning among the farmers. That means also in this process, through FAIRshare project, through user case, the high level of collaboration was needed between advisors, between managers, between farmers, between IT providers. I can say that we succeeded in that, all that steps in all those levels, and the platform was very well approved in field of advisory service and in field of farmers. When I talk about the farmers, this is very, I must say that the young farmers are more suitable for that, for participating that workshops, and because they are in the beginning of their way to the agriculture professional, to lead the farm, and they want to know what would happen after 10 years of their farming. There are some pictures about the trainings. We passed all level of trainings, trained the trainers, which was prepared by Wageningen University, then train of advisors and train of farmers. So what was the action plan regarding use these tools? At the moment, 24 trained advisors, 3 trained advisors for each institute. As mentioned, we have 8 institutes, and from each institute, 3 of especially advisor specialists for economics are trained for using that platform. That was prepared in 2-3 days test workshops. Then the meeting of SAPS, which evaluation discussion workshop, experiences, solving open questions, what was done end of last year. We had 4 workshops with farmers, finishing in end of February this year. We also did promotion inside the advisory survey and extra. That means also the events which are prepared, organized by our advisory service. This platform was present, and it is constantly presented. What is very important, using this tool regularly. So it is the part of our daily or yearly program work of advisory service to use this platform for this purpose. So this is not with ending of this project, this user case will stay alive, what is, from my opinion, very, very important. And what is also important, and they are our ambitious, till the 2032, around 2,000 farmers in Slovenia would receive valuable knowledge about strategic planning, what is also the, let's say, the number. What pearls, puzzles, and proposals we noticed through this period of preparing this user case? The pearls, the methodological approach to strategic thinking and planning, which develops competencies of participants, strengthens self-confidence, awareness of the importance of planning and setting, achieving goals, clearer insights into the situation and wishes, justification of ideas in front of others. So through the project, we had, let's say, to solve some issues, to get enough interested farms for the workshops. As I mentioned, the young farmers they participated mostly. Misunderstanding of the tool, what is daily thinking and what is strategic thinking. Lack of time to prepare for the workshops, the COVID situation, and so on. So we combined online and face-to-face workshop. Lack of knowledge in strategic planning. I think this is the, let's say, general things. Proposals to get enough interesting good practices so that the listener would be interested. Maybe just at last slides. Added value, that platform is part of the DATS inventory of FAIRshare. Usability for other users. It is a bridge between advisors and farmers. What was often mentioned yesterday and today, and the role of this FAIRshare project is to build a bridge between advisor and farmers. And I think that with this platform we built that bridge. The most valuable lessons gained from the training: learn how to use the application and the platform, understand the principles, which is also important, of how to work and how to get information, how to interpret the results. This is also important. So we have to go inside, back to the platform to harmonize the calculation because of the interpretation of the results. Learning gathered from the activity in general, constantly using in digital tools, adaptable for different farm types, strategic interactive approach, usability and ownership is resolved. So I think that I didn't spend a lot of time for that presentation. I went quick as I can go and could go. So if you have any question, please don't hesitate to ask me. But I'm not expert on that.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Any question? Peter and Rui. Okay, just a moment.
Sorry, Peter. Mine is very straightforward. I mean, can I start using that tool tomorrow?
Yes, because it is on inventory.
Yeah, but it's free.
Yes.
Okay.
Till now it's free. Yes.
You used the FAIRshare as of course the budget for and you did the right work for it, and congratulations with the tremendous effect that you reached. But you also used the network, and I think that's an important thing to mention from my experience. I see that if you, because you had some connections now in Netherlands, and that could help to get Wur on board, because they are a big organization and long time ago and so on. That, and in this network over Europe, I think it could be helpful, could have been helpful for this, and it could have been progressed a bit, the production of the new version of the tool. How do you appreciate the European networking part in this?
I must say that maybe I expect that type of question, because my thinking is that this digital tool is somehow specific digital tool, and regarding the networking, we have let's say arrangement for next 10 years. This is what we let's say agreed and negotiated till this user case process. And if the knowledge we got from, for example, from Wur, and approach from their side was very open. So I have not any doubt that in that field that we would have some difficulties. Regarding the usage in our advisory service and the interesting from farmers to participate on then workshops, I also believe because of the situation, because of all the goals we have to follow in agriculture through the politics decision, that that platform will be more interesting that in the next years than today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will pass for the for the next presentation. And then if you have questions, of course, please speak with Igor afterwards. Thank you very much. And then we have Benjamin now from Hungary. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Benjamin. I'm from Hungary, from the Hungarian National Agricultural Camera Chamber. And I will talk about the HPV calculator, which is our user case, or was. What is the SPAV calculator? It's a calculator tool that everyone can access to via browser or the application that you can use on Android or iOS. It is a calculating tool that helps the farmers to get their data easier. You can calculate livestock, crops, and things like that. So how much is the average value of your farm? You can calculate with that data, and that data is once useful because you know what is your range, what is your budget. So it's a nice help, but also it is legally accepted in many tenders or things that you can apply for fundings, for example. Originally, this was developed by NAC for around 2020 or even a little bit more. But after that, some legal changes happened, and it went to another developer team. This calculating tool is usually work with averages in Hungarian forints and in euros too. I talked about this a little bit, but this works via advisors, but also farmers can use it. So it is easier. But if a farmer makes some calculations, usually the advisors have to check up on it to be legally accepted. As far as the trainings and the usage went, there were some mistakes that will be solved in the future by making it much more user-friendly. I just put a little screen here about the system requirements, so almost everything can use it that was made in this decade. So that's nice. There were some issues that I wanted to show that people sometimes don't know which of these they should have using. Because there was A crop and with A soil or A crop with B soil. So it was a little bit less user-friendly in the beginning. There were some things that were misunderstood. We don't tell them correctly, or they don't understand it the way. For example, if you had something like milk cows, 8,000 for a half year, then with the yearly average, that's just 4,000 cows. So just some little calculation errors. But all in all, this was useful. And why? Because farmers usually don't like to spend time in the office. They usually like to be on the field and doing the job. So that's why we have to help them to spend as little time in the office as they can, but with the most efficient results. That has to be correct and precise. I put an example there. There was a funding proposal that you can apply to if you are a young farmer, but you have to reach the 6,000 STP euros to be able to access it. Little screen, this is from the browser. You made the calculations with rye and some of the other crops, and you get results like this. The purse. As far as the trainings and the things went, the user case was easy and useful enough for the farmers to use it, because it wasn't hard to learn it and it doesn't consume a lot of time. The trainings went very well. We have around 800 advisors in the country, and almost every one of them can use it, at least in a proficient way. The challenges. There were some challenges. One of them is the legal argument about the development and the developer changes, which has halted to adding the new functions in the last year. The other thing that is challenging, it needs to be constantly updated and have to find an efficient way to update it, because there is a lot of data, a lot of crops, and the calculator also has to work perfectly. The most valued lessons. Well, the calculator is just working fine. However, as we saw in the cross visits from our Croatian and Finland and Finnish colleagues, the calculator can be much more. If we can add options like storing the data, or even shows you how much your soil or your crop, amount of crop is improved by doing the good practices. And all in all, I think and this is one of the biggest lessons for us, farmers used to learn from their experiences, or the experiences that some of them that is near to him that they can trust. Yes, the puzzling thing. The future is a little bit unsure. We gave the most of the information to the new developer, and we hope that they are going to use these data and ideas very well. But at least that's what we are hoping for. Yes, and one more thing. There was something, but I can't quite catch it. Okay. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Any question? Okay. So the next presentation, please. No, it's last. Okay.
Hi,
So another
everyone.
presentation.
I'm Laszlo.
Yes,
I'm also from Hungary. And here I represent a small user case that was implemented as an external one. Usually I'm working at the University of Agriculture and the Organic Research Institute in Hungary, but also as an advisor to our IT developer company, which is EU Info. And our main work there is to develop and maintain what we call a farm logbook system. It's similar to what we heard yesterday from some others like the EGEBA or MapParcel. But we decided to, for the sake of this project, to open some new ideas, and I try to quickly go through it. So that's just the area of Hungary, and the participants, as usual in these cases, we involved farmers, farm advisors, also from our universities, teachers, students, and the developers. And we try to demonstrate some good practices from our experience to bring together the best we could for this project. Based on open source, open access tools, optimized for mobile devices. Smart devices most widely spread and used among farmers and advisors in my country. We try to identify which are the most needed advisory services in my country, and try to target our activity with tools. We call them service supplements, in this case aided by digital methods, involving in the process of development quite strongly our stakeholders and train them, and also show them how to customize and localize the tools for their purposes. So what is the content of, or the objective of farm advice in Hungary? I think it's very similar to the others. We are existing in the European Union environment. So here, as also was mentioned several times, tasks related to the implementation of the common agricultural policy is very important. Maybe that takes majority of the work of advisors in my country. However, also some activities related to the production is part of it. It cannot be separated. Some people like to say there exists some administrative, advisory, and professional or technical ones. In my experience, it's all combined. But of course, one of the main concerns is the claims for the subsidies or the declarations for the payments. And many other items which belong to this objective to gain subsidies. We have quite complicated, complex system and of legally from the regulatory side, but also that is followed by the IT implementation at the national level by the government. So we need to implement several software tools on the side of the clients, of the farmers, as well as farm advisory service. So you are familiar with, I'm sure, with the land parcel information system or farm management system, farm logbook, soil nutrition plan, fertilization, how to deal with the new eco schemes, practices, how to report them, etc. So this is a kind of list of most frequently required services, and could be the question, how do we know about that top of the top? And actually that's also part of the dots, because there are several systems already in place in advisory service, and maybe here I would highlight these are advisory tools. We can separate tools which are used directly by farmers and ones which are aimed for advisors. And these ones are systems we are having from which we can extract what are the most frequented ones. For example, advisors need to make contracts and then they need to add the details of the service in advance, and then through the implementation they have an advisory logbook. And in some cases, because we also have the subsidized advisory scheme, maybe you also know about in your countries, you can, farmers can apply for subsidy to pay their advisors. Then we need a very detailed monitoring system of each advice should be certified by the farmer, and then we need to enter it to an information system, print out, sign, etc. And during this process, we have literally 10 or 100,000 of records of the advisory service with the exact description of the location, the participants, but also what is the topic of the advice. So what is the question, what is the issue? And from this, we can make queries for this big database and can list simply the most frequented ones. So what and yeah, also who are the advisors? That's another phenomenon in our experience, because we have public and private advisory in Hungary. Public is more connected to offices sitting in some regional centers, while the private or the FAS advisory colleagues, they regularly go to the farm, visit and discuss the issues, and they have a day-to-day contact for quite a long time. Many times they are also experienced people mostly. We also have youngers joining the service. But it's really based on trust and the personal knowledge of the farm itself as well. So it's important that they know the field, they know the location, and it's important that they can actually record some of their activities when they are on farm. Yeah, and I think I skipped. No, I'm okay. So how we can support our advisors, what supplements we can provide to improve their coverage, their service, and to be more efficient, more competent to serve their farmers through digital tools. Of course, we can search for the available ones from different repositories. One is like the FAIRshare, which is among the best I can say. But many times we encounter problems. They are not enough specific to the Hungarian case or national situation, or it's not specific to the exact farm needs as well. We also have the problem of the translation to speak the foreign languages. Sometimes it is a bit forgotten that in our region, only very small rate of even advisors, 5% of the advisors can speak some English, otherwise all speak national language. So it's very important to find a tool which is fully translated and localized to the needs. Of course, we can find some better tools with more functionalities, but then perhaps you need to buy the full package, you need to pay, and you know that advisors' clients are mainly small farmers, because the bigger ones have their own agronomists, their own experts. We are dealing here with small farmers, so the affordability aspect also important. And there is a third way that we develop software from scratch, but that's also a challenge and can be difficult. So what we decided in the project that we try to identify open source tools, existing, available, which can be downloaded, set up, customized, but also localized. And for that, from our experience, also with other previous activities, for example, we used some field data collection apps, or field observation apps, Kobo Toolbox, EpiCollect, or for the logging of the motion, the GPS logger app. And we set up forms or profiles and translate and localize the functionality for different user cases based on the most needed farm advisory services. Quite important, API was also mentioned several times during yesterday and maybe today, that it was also a requirement that these tools can provide a programming interface. Okay. So our modules are the ones like field observation, pest observation for plant protection, area measurement, soil sampling support, connection to the farm logbook, farm management system. From the field level, farmers can record, register their activities and directly send it to the farm management system, track the motion of the tractor, for example, and two modules for directly for the advisory service to report their activity from the field level and to have a tool to monitor their movement and the mileage, so when and where they are traveling. And this can be used for later purposes. So some print screens left. This is just an input from the Kobo. It's an app with all the functions what we need. This is something in Hungarian about the different advisory activities. They can report why they are in the field. This is farm management software view using API from the submission of the pest monitoring information. or the GPS or the area management result also on the farm management software. Additionally, we also had dissemination activities, 6, 7 of them involving some hundreds of people. We organized 2 conferences with about 100 participants each, farm advisors mainly, some development sessions with colleagues who participated in the user case development. And we had 4 trainings for advisory students at the university as well, and some conference participation. And finally, I didn't have pearls and puzzles, but I think open source is one of the main elements. API I mentioned already. Localization is very important, and I usually like to say not to use the word solution in our context. It's a kind of marketing selling term by IT providers, but we as advisors can realize a solution when it's already validated from the field of practice. So we can, using this tool, can customize and set up for the exact need, and we can also show to the advisors how they can control the process. So we let them learn how they can set up their own form and how they can add their own data, their own lists, and modify it exactly to their needs. And what is good that they are actually using it already according to this practice. I know my time is up, so all I can say that we are continuing this approach in current and upcoming activities, trying to upscale it a bit. And maybe just one recommendation for the DOTS inventory, that it would be also nice to see this kind of aspects of digital advisory tools, how much they are farmer-oriented or advisory-oriented, how they can be localized, whether they provide API, so how they can be shared, because that's the main objective of the FAIRshare project. And it would be nice to see whether a tool is easily portable to local circumstances, because there are a lot of knowledge there, but there are obstacles to bring it to the level of our target groups, because we are here for our target groups, the farmers and the advisors, to give them all these assets collected in this project, for which I really congratulate, and thanks for my extended time.
Thank you very much. Next one. So we will have Mirna, if I'm saying correct, yes, from Croatia. Yes, thank you very much.
Hello everybody, my name is Mirna, like Rachel says. I'm coming from the Ministry of Agriculture, Directorate for Professional Support for our farmers, because our advisory services now is a part of the Ministry of Agriculture. So I will tell you something about our user case. The name of user case is Questions and Answers. Like you see on this slide, colleague Darko and myself are in the main leader in this team. Okay, question and answers, something about this application. That is IT system or tool that allows farmers to ask questions through a responsive web application. So responsive means it is usable on mobile platforms and adapts to any screen size. So it has a searchable database we have that searchable database of answered questions. And that database is valuable, set to for example, farmers, they can search through that database to be able to find already answered questions relevant to them, what they're looking for. Of course, answerers they can reuse some questions and refer farmers to them when they ask some or similar question. So the main goal is to provide transparent and traceable line of answering, of course, quality assurance, and it is a searchable database of questions with provided answers. Accepted questions are distributed based on region, category, so the field of agriculture, of course, and subcategory, and competencies. So we could see that a group of advisors that cover specific fields of agriculture receive questions via email. If nobody takes this question, administrator delegates a specified question to a competent advisor. Then follows answering process with 2 lines of quality assurance. So we have a controller, and after that, verifier. So no answer goes out until approved by controller and verifier. Questions are depersonalized. Any reference to personal data is removed, of course. All changes to original text are saved and available to review and compare later. Answerer is able to transparently consult other experts in the field. So in the field by using notes, of course. If there is an answer question that covers this particular question, this posed question is deactivated, and farmer is referred to answer available on already answered question. We identified that many farmers nest multiple layers of questions into one question. So there is a clear disclaimer in the box where question is posed. So they should express precise inquiry for only one category individually. Questions that contain sub-questions, comments, and that cover several categories will not be answered. It is maybe, I don't know, maybe it's an advantage or maybe it's not. It is possible to attach images, up to 3 documents, and the user receive a notification email through automatically generated message, and that email contain a link to answer on web page. What we can somehow conclude, the main learning outcomes. Question and answers provides transparent questions answering. That's the main point. It establishes frequently asked database, making easier for users to access the required information. That support in the field of farming, horticulture, animal husbandry, plant protection, for example, mechanization, innovative technologies in agriculture, agroecology, ancillary activities, family farm management, etc. So the huge aspects are covered by these questions. Difficulties and challenges, so uninformed users which don't have lack of information from farmers and professional services. So far, insufficient interest of the advisor, lack of communication standards, lack of information about available knowledge and approaches to knowledge, of course, and information overload. That is difficulties we noticed and that is coming through all this, from all this time. Benefits for users from this user case is definitely faster communication speed, exchange of experiences and practices, obtaining clear and quality information for farmers primarily, development of new knowledge. So far, we can notice some pearls and opportunities, of course. It's a products and services. Product is knowledge improvement, what is the big plus, and recommendation system for check starting. We put it in the application. Action plan for the future. So structuring questions by topic in accordance with the structure of the ministry. User segmentation according to interests. Of course, it helps for research, for meetings, for trainings, and other things, similar things. Holding workshops for the application of tools and working with users, of course, it is of big help when you have some workshop with users. Effective triage based on real activities, challenges, and work on practical solutions, of course. So it's a very short presentation prepared for 10 minutes only.
Yes.
So if you have any question, please don't hesitate.
Thank you, Mirna. Thank you very much. One question. You have the microphone.
Thank you very much. The whole concept of that digital advisor, I think we're all interested in that. Can I ask, first of all, what has been the uptake from farmers on that?
What is in?
The uptake. Are farmers, using the digital?
Yes, they try. They started to use it recently. But now this segment, this user case is on the upgraded level. It becomes of new application, so we call it e-advisor. And that in that application, e-advisor, one segment is this our user case question and answer. So we're now trying to spread all the information in that e-advisor application, and one segment of that is this question and answer. So question and answer so far become applications which are used on the level of the ministry, not only on the level of our department, our directorate, but on the upper level of the ministry. So it covers many questions from the different segments in agriculture. Not only for the advisory work, but to answering a question of some other segments which dealing with the Ministry of Agriculture.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. We will pass for the next one, and I just ask you to be concise with your time, just to be aware of. Okay, thank you. Now, Darko.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're awake. I hope you have a pleasant afternoon. And let's start. My name is Darko. I'm coming from the Ministry of Agriculture. Apart from the question and answers that became the strategic communication tool, and a very, very important communication tool for our ministry, not only for our directorate. FitoView is a mobile application more tailor-made for advisors that are engaged in monitoring pests and phytosanitary policy on the field. Okay, when we started planning our user cases, we chose two of them that were used mostly by advisors, but FitoView was more advisors tool than question and answers. Question and answers are say, bilateral communication tool. In the process of digital transformation, all stakeholders are referred to each other, as the public sector has a supporting role to improvement and realization of all processes. Public administration and field advisors have an educational and advisory role to prepare farmers for more successful participation in continuous digital processes transformation. Apart from these definitions and big words, FitoView is a tool that is shared between, say, a small group of advisors. We have 220 advisors in our directorate or former advisory service. 20 of them are in the ministry and 200 are field advisors. Let's say 1/4 of them is using this tool because 1/4 of them are specialists related to plant production and plant protection. And as Mirna told, we have e-advisor as an umbrella service, as covering all the small and bigger tools like question and answer, like FitoView and other applications. An e-advisor aimed to be a key tool for all the ministry. Purpose of the FitoView is as a specialized application for pest tracking. Advisors record the occurrence of diseases, pests, weeds, and growth strategies and plant development in the field and sending data to the central system by mobile phones with Android or Mac or other versions. As you can see from this example, application log is basically very simple, user-friendly, and not very complicated. It is related to meteorological stations and also need access to application with the help of a code. From the main menu, we choose what we want to enter and define harmful organisms or stage of plant growth and development. I will go through those screenshots because when we enter the name of the pest, the development stage, the intensity of occurrence and other points, or the number of observed pests, we can also photograph pests and enter them into the database and then follow the development of these processes. After entering the date into the FitoView application via QGIS application, we can get different views for certain pests. You can see the map of Croatia, and you can see the location, and geotagging processes are partly already engaged into the process. FitoView, as example, in the olive grove, you can see monitoring locations of harmful organisms in the olive in 21. When we started planning the FitoView, it was 2019 or 2020. Situation rapidly changed and the applications are becoming enormously bigger and more complicated, and luckily our advisors have a support from the ministry to apply all the application and to connect them with their existing knowledge and share it not only between the ministry but also we have a fair share to share. Okay, when we are talking about diseases, meteorological or weather stations and diseases models, you can see they are already engaged in the process and followed by monitoring locations and harmful organisms on the olive or other cultures. We monitor the olive oil with yellow rebel plates with the help of pheromones and ammonium bicarbonate. The reading is done every 7 days. In 2021, we had a strong occurrence of the olive fly. This year, a very weak occurrence due to extreme drought. Locations that were followed in Croatia are mostly in the Mediterranean part when we are dealing with olives. Of course, it can be applied for other cultures, not only Mediterranean. We monitor the olive fly with yellow rebel, but also we monitor the other cultures. You can see the dynamic of population olive. The colleagues that were preparing part of this presentation were mostly located in Mediterranean part. Olive moth, you can see. And I haven't prepared the challenges, puzzles, but conclusions. The current level of education and knowledge of significant number of farmers is not satisfactory, and how to integrate multiple applicants, enable their full functionality, and further development of application is connecting to eAdvisor in order to encircle all those applications and to cover the support to farmers and to advisors. We provided the eAdvisor and then connect all those applications into the system. And I'm very thankful to your attention and ready for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, any questions? No? So we'll pass to the next presentation. And also from... Also Croatia, yes. Croatia is winning. We
are small but strong.
So hello everyone, I'm Morana from IPS Consulting Croatia, and I will present our user case Smart Sustainable Farming for Young Agro Entrepreneurs. So I highlighted these segments under the agenda because I want to give you a clear overview of the activities and results of our user case. So how the idea was generated. EOPG is a digital platform for Croatian farmers and was developed as part of the FAIRshare project. Due to the increasing digitalization in various segments of the economy, including agricultural sector, it was development of our DAT as part of the user case has great importance for all stakeholders in the agricultural sector. So the EOPG platform was developed based on Austrian model, My Farm, My Way. Farmers are often facing data overload, so-called the forest of data. A lot of paperwork takes up valuable time for farmers, preventing them from fully focusing on their most important and primary work, food production. The solution of this challenge is in EOPG platform, which contains all the important information in one place. EOPG platform provides an overview of tenders and legal framework. Overview of the calendar activities in the agricultural sector, success stories, knowledge transfer through articles and webinars, and it will contain various webinars. EOPG platform main topics are organic farming, implementation of sustainable technologies, short supply chains, common market organization, and digitalization in agriculture. And key stakeholders include farmers, especially young and women farmers, advisors, policymakers, and the general public. To increase the visibility of our platform, we organized and participated in several events. We have organized 2 online conferences with AgroClub portal. It is the largest agricultural portal in Croatia. It has a large number of users and follows up the current topics in the agricultural sector. We have conducted some activities regarding our platform. We focus on face-to-face conferences with farmers to tell them more about the benefits of our platform. We have conducted trainings for advisors and farmers and gathered positive feedbacks through short surveys, which we shared with them after the workshops. Here are the examples of the feedback, and thanks to their feedback and discussions, we have learned some lessons that will help us to improve our platform. So in the upcoming period, we are planning to focus on adjustment of our platform regarding the statistics and the most visited segments. So here is the statistics. It shows the period of 90 days. So you can see an increase of the number of users. It increase overlaps with the promotional activities, especially those in collaboration with AgroClub portal. Also, the map shows where the EOPG platform is most active. Most users are from Croatia, but we have some visitors from Germany, Austria, and Serbia. This graph shows the traffic of the page by categories. So the homepage, where all the latest news of the agricultural sector are featured, retain the highest number of users, and following categories approximately retain the same number of users. I will tell you something more. Our next steps are updating the content of the platform and development of a new interesting tool or survey for eligibility conditions for farmers. So, considering the pearls, we had some good experiences by the implementation of the EOPG platform, and that were good attendance of our digital platform, positive feedback from various stakeholders related to content of the digital platform, the possibility of knowledge exchange among users through webinars, useful advices for improving the platform, and also the advices on how to retain users. There were also some challenges, they were related mostly to the initial phase of the development of the platform, and it was regarding the age structure and different level of digital skills. Also, one puzzle aspect is difficulties in organizing training sessions, especially live training sessions with farmers. Also, we collect successful stories. These stories are a good way to promote and motivate farmers and others from the agricultural sector. On the EOPG platform, we have showcased some of the digital tools that are featured on the FAIRshare website. We encourage users to implement digital tools into their businesses to streamline operations and save time. And we continuously work to make digital tools more accessible for farmers and to highlight the benefits and value they bring to their business. So thank you for your attention. Do you have?
Okay. What? Say again? No. No, no, no. So the next one, the next presentation. Serbia too. So it's Vedran. He was.
Hello everyone, my name is Vedran Tomic. I'm from Serbia, the Institute of Science for Science Application in Agriculture. I will tell you a little bit about our user case, the farm profitability and gross margin calculation. First of all, we have 215 advisors on the field, which are monitored by the Institute. The advisors are public paid and are going to the fields, to the farmers, to have lectures, workshops, seminars, and one-on-one advisory work. It's a little bit different than other advisory services in our region. We are not a part of the EU, and the farmers are not going to the advisors directly and ask them for the help. The advisors in our country have to find some farmers to help them. Even though they are working with the small farmers, we have a lot of small farmers. If you look in livestock, 95% are farms who have 1 to 10 cows on the farms. And the bigger ones have also always paid the consultant on everyone else. First of all, we tried to measure the advisory work and gave our best to see how it is. At the end, it's always the money. You're looking what it's leaving in your pocket. We did it first in gross margin in Excel and saw that the analysis is not so good as you have it in some softwares. After this, we tried it through a project with the US Embassy and created one tool which was online, which was also not as good as it should be and as it is today after we made the user case and the user case tool. I will show you now a few pictures from the old tool. We went back to Excel. We generated all informations which have to be collected on the fields. Just to mention, the farmers are not adding the informations in the tool. The advisors are the users of our user case, and they're going through the farms and collecting the data, entering it into the software, and so we can analyze them in the institute. So we looked to generate a software which can collect all useful data on the field, so the advisor can give the farmer a better information how his production is standing. So we did the tool for each line of production: livestock, crop production, and fruit production. And here is an example for milk production. It's in Excel. It's for offline use if he is somewhere where there is no signal or internet connection. So he can enter it in the Excel, and when he goes back to the office, he is going to the software and entering the data for his farm, which he is leading. Here is the first screen of our software. You can add a new entrance. As you can see, it's in Serbian. It's all the same as in the Excel. We tried to be as user-friendly as it could be. So the advisors have no changes in the software and the Excel. It's the same screen for them, for Excel and for the software, and they're entering the data from the Excel or directly, if it's possible, in the software. They have here drop-down menus everywhere it's possible, drop-down menus, and it's so structured that when it comes out, in the analysis when we are exporting the database, so we can easily analyze every cost or every income. Here is the screen. You can see the reporting. It's getting everything out for the farmer, which was entered. And what can the farmer do with this reports or this data? It's meant to be, and it's meant to help him to make some business plans for substitutes, and he can calculate profit and loss, cash flow, economic flow, net present value, internal rate of return. Hi, how are you? And the most valuable benefit for the farmer is the better allocation of costs, making predictions in further production, real-time production monitoring, and I will come now to a picture you probably saw somewhere. We are going, most of the applications are going now online, are in some clouds, and we are trying to gather as much as is it possible on data at one point. This one point is this PC computer on the right side, and the farmer is no longer a farmer, he is now a manager who has to manage his farm and gather as much as information is possible to manage his farm as good as is possible. The pearl of my user case better says of the experience in the work with my advisors was also the groups were very large. We have large groups, 2 trainings and 200 advisors. Every one of them have to go through the training and know how to use the application to that. Through the discussion, it was possible to find problems in the operation of that, which were corrected after the training. The inclusion of several advisors who entered the data on the spot into the data that turned out to be the best way to understand the data for the actors themselves and also for the participants. It means for the advisors and the farmers. The puzzles we had, the most important thing during the training was that the advisors understand the functioning of the data because they are ones who transfer the knowledge to the farmer. And the biggest challenge was even those who are not familiar with the using of IT technology understand that. The average age in Serbia of the advisors is about 48 years, and you know that it means that not every one of them is handy with the IT technology and can work with that. My proposal was everything should be as interactive as possible. I tried on the trainings to include as many as advisors as I could. And to improve the training, I always try to include some quiet, or better say introvert advisors to step a little bit out. It shows to me that they always have good ideas, but have sometimes problems to step out in a bigger group.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. So we will just have a presentation from Mariana now, and I want to thank very much for Domagoj for collecting all the user cases, and we will come after the break with 3 that are remaining from this session, adding to the other one, so it stays more balanced.
Hello everyone, my name is Marijana Maslovarić. I also work at the Institute for Science Application in Agriculture in Belgrade with my colleague Vedran and some other colleagues. I will present our user case, improvement of health and welfare of dairy cows by using a digital advisory tool that was mastitis cost calculator. Together with me in this user case are 2 more colleagues. One of them is here. It's my colleague Robert Radišić. A little bit about the background of this user case. In the first place, Serbia is a country that has a really favorable conditions for cattle breeding, for dairy production, and also for fattening. And milk production is deeply rooted in the tradition of our people. But on the other side, dairy livestock production is the most vulnerable area of agriculture production in Serbia. It is always in the stage of transition. Now it's for several years. The number of cows and dairy farmers has been decreasing in the last decade. State average milk per year is low. It's a bit over 4,000 liters per cow. And mostly we have small family farms that are dominant with 3 to 9 dairy cows. So our challenge was that microbiological quality of raw milk, especially somatic cell count, are burning problems in our industry, in our dairy industry. Also, the long-standing practice in Serbia is that dairies actually control the quality and hygiene of the milk they buy. So they have inconsistency in paying stimulations and penalties and giving penalties to farmers for the low-quality milk. Also, a very variable purchase price of milk. Farmers at the end are actually not motivated to produce high milk quality, although they are obliged by the law on milk quality and with the rule book on milk quality, which says that the number of somatic cells per 1 milliliter of milk should be below 400,000, which is still very high. So this rule book is also not so, it was not helping us at all. Also, during the user case, we had very chaotic and hard times for dairy production because of the war in Ukraine. And also, what was on our side is that in 2017, 18, 19, and even in 2020, our institute conducted education of farmers on good hygienic practice on dairy farms, and also they recorded the presence of mastitis. Advisors were included in those activities. So that was our background, and that is why after all those activities and education, we realized that we have to show our farmers something more concrete, like costs that are caused by mastitis occurrence on their farm. So our direct aim was to improve advisory work in dairy livestock by introducing digital tool that allows both farmers and advisors to estimate the potential gains in profit from reducing the incidence of mastitis on the farm. On the other side, we had more outcomes or expected impacts of this user case. Those are to raise awareness regarding the problem of mastitis and the costs it actually causes, to increase farm profitability, to motivate farmers to keep accountancy records and calculate actual costs of milk production, because when you go to a dairy farm in Serbia, there is always a big talk about the prices, about how hard it is, about how low subsidies are, how low purchasing price of milk is. But in the end, nobody actually knows what is the price for producing 1 liter of milk and what are the costs of mastitis occurrence. So also our expected impact is to create actually a nucleus of farmers who are motivated to improve the quality of their milk and who will be leaders of the future changes in dairy production. Of course, improvement of animal health and welfare was our goal, and we hope that we will be one step closer to higher milk quality in Serbia. we were acting according to the definition of the user case. So we defined the challenge and we choose a tool. We choose the tool from the data inventory. It was a mastitis cost check calculator created by Chagas 11 years ago, I think. It's not a very complicated tool nor advanced, doesn't have actually attractive interface, but it is very useful, and maybe it is really good for our farmers because it is simple. So it is an Excel spreadsheet where you enter the data needed for calculation of the potential gains for the farm if the somatic cell count is decreased from, I don't know, 300,000 to 255,000. So our farmers can get a very concrete answer, and it is a very good additional tool in advisory to complete the advice with the concrete figures. We had a lot of activities, of course, in the user case. First, we organized cross visits. One organized, 3 visited. We were engaged in training of trainers. We organized training for advisors. And also, there was a lot of communication with farmers in person, because that is usually the way of working that they like the most. About Pearl's puzzlings and proposals, those are more general than related to this exact digital tool. In our opinion, digital tools can really help identify weak spots in certain lines of production on farm. The use of digital tools in agriculture cultures has to be supported and explained by advisors or other trusted person, or even by peers. It would be the best. Also, of course, meeting the user needs is the basic principle of the good data using. Puzzling regarding the user case and the digital advisory tools is trust regarding data safety. Also, how likely are farmers going to use digital tools when when it is no longer free of charge, because this mastitis cost calculator is free. We are not sure, maybe that will attract them, or they will decide not to use it. Also, how to provide support in using digital tools after the end of this project. And in our case, how to upgrade the tool. Should we upgrade the tool, and should we choose another tool, or try to integrate several tools into one? Proposal, of course, digital tools should be the result of co-creation of different actors: advisors, farmers, ICT, policymakers, and scientists. It would be good to create focus groups consisting of farmers, advisors, and IT. I think that actually these user cases might be compared to, there are some kind of focus groups. And also to develop a communication strategy to build awareness of mastitis in Serbia and its impact, to create some kind of behavior change program. Lessons learned during the project. We really now have a much better insight into digital tools that are available all over Europe. Also, we learned about methodology and good practices in that adoption. Also, we elaborated cross visits, organization, performing, and everything. We heard a lot of good techniques of in teaching advisors and adult education. Also, I think that user case as a method of advisory work is applicable in our advisory service, and it could be used as a model of our work. Also, better understanding of different user cases, that is our gain here. And also, advisors now have a tool, this mastitis call calculator, that could be used in their day-to-day work. We are expecting that that tool will be on our website, but it would be useful that if we could have all those tools on one platform, so they can all use it. So, as a conclusion, in addition to the obvious purpose of establishing the use of digital tools, user case can highlight other specific issues or challenges in agricultural practice or advisory work, so to reveal some problems and increase awareness of them. So for the end, I would like to thank you for your attention, and my message to you would be stay tuned about activities of other partners in this project. Thank you.
Just a small change of plans again, and sorry for this. Our colleague from Macedonia has to leave, so he will do a short presentation now, and then we go for the break. But then we come in not at 4, but 4:10, so you can have a break. And please, again, just a reminder that you can use the TV screens outside to explain any other issues regarding your user case and share your knowledge. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raquel, for this change. And I will be, within 6 minutes, presented my user case, if it's okay with you. So I'm coming from North Macedonia, which is just around the corner to Thessaloniki, 70 kilometers to the border. It's a small country. When you put a dot on the map of FAIRshare map for a user case, be careful not to cover all the territory of Macedonia. In terms of population, we have 2 million. That means if you compare with the 500 million Europeans, that we are on the margin with a statistical error, something like this. But in terms of agriculture, we are very good. And people in the region knows that we have a good products and everything. And this is 1 minute for presenting my country. Now I'm presenting my organization. FACE is a foundation that is founded in 2006 as an NGO, and the aim is to improve the human capacities in agriculture and other related sectors through non-formal and vocational education. That is our main goal and aim. And we have been involved in more than 40 European projects, especially in Erasmus+. So if you need a partner for the projects, we are here. Main areas are non-formal education, employment and social inclusion, social entrepreneurship, e-learning, and networking is one of our strengths. For example, we have a network of 10 agricultural schools, vocational schools, and we are working with them very closely, as well as with our national agency, Advisor National Agency, that is also a network that we are maintained, let's say, in this. And the sectors that we are active is agriculture, of course, and then rural development, a little bit of rural tourism, outdoor tourism, and most important that we use ICT as a tool. Here was mentioned the Moodle platform, for example, that we are using for our purposes as well. Target groups are farmers, teachers and students from agricultural schools, as I mentioned, the youth, especially the ones that are out of education and employment, and of course agricultural advisors. For this, I have, for these small user cases, we named the Macedonian Advisory Service Issue Tracking and Monitoring that, on the abbreviation as MAST. The target group was, as I mentioned, the advisors for our National Extension Agency, And according to the current legislation, as well as based on the actual situation, NEA acts as a state body, as a legal entity independent in its work. On the map, you see the small dots. This is the, let's say, regional offices, small offices, or not only an office, just points, where the farmers can receive the services. And this is divided in 8 bigger regions. So 8 bigger offices of regional offices of our Next Engine agency. So the challenges that we are faced was that the tracking issues of farmers' requests, inquiries, and problems, and their solutions can provide multiple benefits. For example, knowledge-based building, targeted service development, performance evaluation, accounting reports, quality assurance certification, etc. So we are focused on this, let's say, challenge. And benefits, the possible benefits of what we was doing in this user case was the record keeping, which is already mandatory, but the service monitoring that introduced more efficient data management methods in several situations, mainly in the public sector. Then the traceability and transparency of advisory workflows will be improved, or it's already improved. Assessing the evaluation monitoring data and with the needs of identification of the key problem areas and improve the service, etc. And establish a habit of keeping regular records is not impossible task, because at least by my perspective or my experience, public advisors doesn't want to work too much on computer. so it was a challengeable, yes. This is the steps we take. The first, needs and challenges. The second step was to setting up the Mantis tool that I will explain a little bit later, and an action plan for the Mantis. And the implementation action includes cross visits for the next 2 months, and within 6 months we have finished our job, let's say. So this Mantis is a monitoring, let's say, a tool which is let's say, free of charge. You're more poor you are, you are more clever. So we try to adopt this Mantis DAT, and special thanks to Mr. Laszlo that you have seen before. He was the one who is adopt the Mantis tool. So it is an open source, let's say, open source platform for free. So within the action plan, we introduced this Mantis tool into 1 minute more, 10 advisors from July 1st to September 22, and what they do, they collect 722 activities, so they put the 722 activities within these 2 months, only these 10 advisors, and then they have enriched the data of 2,904 farmers. So within this short period of time, they have, let's say, increased the capacity of their database. Benefits are efficiency, transparency, quality improvement, knowledge base, and operational excellence. Open source tool, it is very important. Efficient and effective support to the farmers, and tracking and logging system, which is part of the monitoring, evaluation, and reports process, which is very important in this phase for the, let's say, management of the National Extension Agency. However, the system has a deficiencies, but I will not talk about now about the deficiencies. Thank you very much for your attention, and this is our contact point. So please do not hesitate to contact us for any further. Thank you.
comments on the name of the countries, I would appreciate if the next time we use the correct time of the country, which is Republic of North Macedonia, and not Macedonia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll meet here at 10 minutes past 4, please. Thank you. Again. Go upstairs. Okay. Hello again, and we'll start. Just a short note on the presentations orders. So, first we will have Gaia from Greece, and then we have Naturland from Germany. Naturland from Germany, yes? No, it's now the second, because there's someone did that. And then the third will be APC from Belgium. Yes, sorry. And then the fourth will be Italy. Afterwards, Belgium in agro. And then, sorry, I read my notes, but I don't manage. And then the last one will be Austria. Okay, so we will start with Greece, please. So if you can come with the user case from Gaia. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the hospitality. We are very happy to be here with you, with all these countries working on digital tools. I am here as a trainer of GEA Enterprise, Consultant Enterprise. My name is Maria Doula. I'm Research Director of the most famous Greek research institution in agriculture, which is called Thessaloniki Phytopathological Institute. And I am the head of the Laboratory of Non-Parasitic Diseases, Soil Resources, and Geoinformatics. My job is to develop digital tools, and I have developed in the framework of some project. And we have also uploaded on the FAIRshare platform. We have uploaded 2 DATs and are there, and we are hoping that we are going to upload more in the future. So, for the Greek user case, the responsible beneficiary for the user case in Greece is GEA Consulting. GEA Consulting is active since 2010 in agribusiness and food advisory service. Its main goal is to persuade of the company to establish itself as a strategic partner of companies by providing reliable and complete support and development advice. GEA Consulting is specialized in education of the partners, and just to mention that the last 2 years, the GEA Consulting has educated 1,500 producers on issues related to the safety of pesticides and the production of quality oils. So, the title of our user case is Towards Next Generation Greek Advisors, and we aim to enable a more digitally active farm and farm advisory community by focusing on bridging the digital divide between and within farm and agricultural advisory services. So the challenges for us was these. Field management data to be monitored from farmers and advisors. The immediate communication between farmers and advisors in order to save time for issues that we can resolve remotely, visualization of farm data, reliable and quick assessment of the quality of the resources, water, soil resources, organic materials, and one most important issue is the improvement of environmental performance on farms. And this is why we trained our trainers in tools in order to calculate the environmental impact, the carbon footprint of the production, the water footprint of the production, and the waste footprint of the production. We trained in Greece 14 advisors, which are located in 3 regions, in Peloponnese, in central Greece, and in Epirus. These 14 advisors are involved and work with almost 1,250 farmers, and they supervise almost 3,000 hectares of cultivated area. So these are some pictures of our activities in Greece. We insisted on, as I said, we insisted on that for data visualization, data management of the field, and as you can see, these two here, this one, Balkan Road, is a DAT that it was also uploaded on the FAIRshare platform, and it calculates the environmental footprint of the farms. The trainers was trained on this, and they went back to the farmers, and they worked with these tools with their farmers. And also the other one, which is AgroStrategies, it's a tool that provides consultancy. And also, as I heard before, I think from a country in the beginning, Slovenia, from the ministry, it is a tool that, as you can see in Ireland here, it concentrates the field data from all the island in this pilot case, for example, and the ministry or the cooperative can see for each field data that it is needed. For example, soil analysis, pesticides use, water quality parameters, everything, and can be visualized on a GIS map. It's a platform free for our ministry in Greece. Yeah. So this is during our pilot case, user case here. As I said, we worked with the trainers, and then they went to the farmers. The most important issues we achieved is that in Greece, there was no such similar targeted actions in order to educate, to train trainers, and then train the farmers. So this is a pearl for us. From our participants, the 67% have never received training on that. The advisors at the end of the user case, the last 2 or 3 months, they were able to work with this training, with these stats alone, and then go back to the farmers and train them. So the last minute message for us is that our user case, the gay advisor case, began with non-experienced advisors and participants, and was completed with advisors being capable to train others. And this is the very important conclusion and achievement of our user case. I want to conclude saying that GEA Consulting and our case may seek almost 5,000 farmers and 100 of trainers in Greece. So we believe that we are a valuable partner for stakeholders. So for partnership that use a lot of stakeholders all around Greece, you can contact GEA Consulting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there any question for the person? Okay. So now, Natuurland. With Johannes. Johannes, yes? Okay. Johannes, okay. Johannes. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I'm Johannes, or Johannes, either way, from the Natuurland Advisory Service. We are from Organic Association in Germany, and I will give you a quick overview of our user case, which named Bundling and Optimization of Communication Channels, with a tool which named APAC. And, well, we want to help all stakeholders of the rural advisory to keep in touch with the centralized tool, so like advisors and farmers together. The challenge we're facing at is, like many different communication channels for advisors and farmers are existing. On the right-hand side, you see like a small survey through our colleagues, what they are using right now in contact with the farmers. And there's, like with the digitalization, especially during COVID, there's a lot of big change in the communication, which rises it really up, the sort of communication and the usage of it. So there is a big change of advisory services in there, in the communication area. And yeah, the several point I probably skip due to time. So the Natural user case uses APAC as a modular system for applications. So you can choose different models where you need or which you need for your personal needs. And you have to you can integrate them into your own app, which is a native app, so it's no web-based app. So you can just use it on the phone or on the tablet, but not in a desktop version, unfortunately. But we can adapt it to our branding of the organization. So it looks like, yeah, in your colors. And so far we have 6,029 downloads. Just to highlight a few functions, we've got different chats for advisors and farmers for exchange between the farmers, but also exchange between farmers and advisor. So far we have more than 40 chat groups, and it's quite popular among the farmers to discuss their options, their questions. And it's also good for us to keep on track what the farmers are discussing at the moment. So we can take these information for our advisory service as well. We're sending news and push informations for the farmers. It's right at the beginning, it was quite hard to figure out how many per week or how it tends. And we thought about three news per week, very good number, where you don't overwhelm it, but keep them in information and keep them that they don't untick the box to receive the news. And of course, push messages as needed, for example, like special information. Yes. And of course, like events, marketplace, there are several options where which you can integrate in the app. It's quite, yeah, individual. What kind of models do you can use? So we have actually more than 30 events per month within the app, and it was especially during COVID was it really good because you have to register, and you can do that in the app directly. So with 2 clicks, and it's done. Further challenges are just that, like, the functionalities can be improved further on, or still, and always, I think. But as we heard the last days, many times WhatsApp is still there and still big. So, like, you probably can't say that WhatsApp is not working anymore and you just use the Naturland app. But we try to give the farmers an opportunity to exchange with farmers and with advisors on a Naturland group chat. But of course you have less opportunities for including an interface for other tools because it's like the model system, and you have a range where you can include something, but not like every function you want to have maybe. And of course there are existing problems with the data storage within the advisory service, so you can't solve that with the app as well. In review of the 5 years, I think in the beginning you get always a status quo and an overview and to gather information, where you're standing, where the partners are standing, and you build up the network to create and maintain networks, especially with the cross visits. And therefore you go for experience within the network, share and help each other, and you create new knowledge, because it was often that we are facing similar challenges, or nearly the same. And that was maybe also the added value for us in the user case, that the cross visits with a lot of different partners was really a good exchange for us through Europe, and all the different organizations with the various challenges, but often they meet at some identical point. And of course, because we have been really quick through the modular system within the app, we had a quick implementation of the tool. So we have been able to share early experiences with the partners, especially during the cross-visit, which is, I think we had the second or third. I think that set the ground really good. And of course, the results of the workshops were really helpful for us in our work there and also in our further work. And the methodology for the adult education from the training was really good for us and also for our colleagues in the advisory service. Yes, so once more, the exchange across the borders are really helpful, as we mentioned before several times with the cross visits. And it became really clear that we have often the same problems, but still have not the right choice or the right tool to solve them. And of course, there is a need for further networking. And like to try a small conclusion for that is that the actual Naturland app fits, of course, several demands of our advisors and farmers. But, well, yeah, there never will be one tool which combine all needs and all services in a perfect way for the farmers and the advisors at all. So it was a quick overview, and I hope I was not too fast. So yeah, I have no, like the questions with the goat, so yeah, thank you.
Yes. So any questions for this user case? No. Okay. So now, thank you so much for your very interesting presentation. And now to EPSC with the poultry user case. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's time to get excited about the thing now, because we're talking about poultry. I'm talking about the poultry data flow that we are in a poultry farm, because as you may know or may not know, a lot of the things that are happening in a poultry farm are automated, like the feed distribution, the climate control. We measure a lot of things into a poultry house, but it also means that we also gather a lot of data. And now the struggle is that we lose the overview of what is really happening in the poultry house. So my use case is about how can we digitalize this data flow, and how can we translate the sensor data into information. My name is Tom van Echtem. I work at the Experimental Poultry Center for Applied Research in the province of Antwerp. So we are not really an advisory body like most of you here, but we have an advisory board meeting every year where we invite the sector and also the ministers, for instance, that we ask for input. So what are the biggest struggles now in the sector that the poultry farmers are facing? And based on their input, we can identify then the next projects that we want to do. And based on the results that we obtain, we advise then the sector what are the next steps they have to take. So as you can see, this is an overview of our facilities. We have one big layer farm on the layer house on the left side, and we have 3 broiler houses on the right side, where we have different kinds of poultry located. In total, we have 44,000 broilers that are located in the broiler farm and 31,000 laying hens in the facility. We do all kinds of different experiments and trials during the year. For instance, at the moment, we are now at the broiler farm, we have one house is equipped with ammonia sensors, so we can measure now the emissions of the broiler production process. Another project is linking this ammonia emissions to the welfare standards that are put up by the market. For instance, one of the big retailers in Belgium have claimed that they want to go to a slow-growing breed with less birds per square meter, and now we are measuring what is then the impact on the ammonia emissions. And for the layers, we are also doing experiments. One big project that finished was about poultry at night, so one of the big issues in the laying industry. And another project that we are also doing is how can we reduce the water footprint of poultry production? So can we reuse rainwater that we collect on the roofs? Can we then sanitize that water and use it as drinking water? Or can we also reuse our cleaning water of the houses? Can we purify it and then reapply it in the next cleaning flock? That are current projects that we are doing now. So our facilities, as you can see, we have different facilities. We have one for boilers, we have one for layers. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but the layers on the left, they are mainly housed in aviary systems, so they can walk freely around in the aviary systems. There are systems in there where they can lay their eggs, where they find their food and their water. But we are also a research facility, so it means that we have a lot of repetitions for our experiments. And in total, we have 46 different flocks of around 1,000 birds. For the broilers, similar conditions. Also there, we have, I mentioned we had 44,000 different birds, but they are divided into 32 flocks. So there are around 1,000 to 1,500 birds per flock. Now, as you can see, we have over 70 different flocks. We gather all this information, all this data, so sometimes we lose the overview of what is happening where, so that's why we are working on this solution. Especially if you focus, okay, what is the health of the birds? We have a vet that's visiting the facility every week. He visits the flock, he gets a snapshot impression of what is happening now at this moment, but he also wants to see, okay, what happened in the past few days. The same with the performance. We can measure the feed intake, the weight of the birds, the egg production, but how is this evolving in through time? Also welfare, we have different protocols to measure the welfare, like pecking of the laying hens or the foot pad lesions. So we all develop different protocols to identify the problems. And now lately we're also focusing more and more on emissions. So what is the emission of the poultry production in these houses? For all these different measures for health, performance, welfare, we develop different protocols to collect data there for us to get an overview. But we are also missing the relation between the two. What is the relation between performance and emissions, for instance, or between health and welfare? So that's also something we are eagerly looking for a solution there. So what are the challenges then? Is that we have all these protocols, but they're all different kinds of acquiring the data. For instance, we have manual measurements that we have small sensors. For instance, there you see a picture of that we measure the eggshell thickness so that we can identify the calcium metabolism in the laying hens. How adequate is it still at a certain point in time? We also have manual observations. There on the right top, you see that we are holding a bird and we're checking the feather coverage. So so we can investigate the pecking problem in a flock. Then on the left bottom, you see the farm computers there that take control of the feeding, for instance, or the climate control. That is all an automated process, but it spits out a lot of data there. We have, for the climate, every 5 minutes, we get an overview of what is the climate inside the house. And then we have not only temperature, but also CO2, relative humidity, airspeed, ventilation rates. So we have all different kinds of measurements. And then for the layers, we also have the eggs. Daily, we have around 28,000 eggs. We also collect them, we measure them, the weight, the size, the breaking strength of the eggs. So we acquire a lot of data, but our struggle is now how can we bring everything together in one data set? Also considering that we have different sampling times, different data formats to get an overview. To tackle this challenge, we divide in 4 different phases. First of all, and that was a very important one in the end, was to map out the structure of where's the data coming from, because that's the fundamental of your that's the basis of your development. So when this is well defined, you can build up on that. So once we had that, we know what is the hierarchy in the data structure. We can start collecting data. Mainly the manual observations and these observations of bird characteristics. They were in the past they were done by pen and paper, which is very error prone. So we switched that to handheld systems with a computer where we can then make like forms. The data is then already digitalized into the system, and then it's more easy to collect the data and continue processing of the data. That's also something we did already in the project. And now we are here at this phase that we are now all entering all the different data sources into one big data set. So we had to restructure some of the data inputs that we already had to make it according to the data architecture. And now in the last phase that we are still trying to do now or developing now is to transform all the data that's in there into information. And in order to do that, you need to develop the correct visualizations, which dashboard gives you the best information. So we can see what is happening in the flock. So what we have achieved at this moment is that we have collected all the data now in one data set, and we are now working on how to visualize and present it in our farm. What has helped us internally is that we have now a faster availability of the data, so we know now faster what's happening in the farm. We can see already if something is deviating from the norm, so we can take faster actions. Also externally, we have the vets coming every week. We have the feed company that's coming every month to discuss the progress in the farm. We have the hatchery that provides the birds is also visiting us every month. And they also require some feedback from what's happening in the flock. So now we can present them these dashboards, and we can evaluate the progress that's going on there. And like I said, we also are a research facility, so we're also looking for like hidden relations between, for instance, performance and emissions, or performance and health. So now that we have everything in one structured way, we can start finding this search. Then regarding what have we learned during the user case and during the cross visits is that we found that there is a value in correct data management. It's so important now in nowadays farming. So we get now a better understanding of the data flow. We are now with 4 people in our institute who are really focused. We developed a working group of data. So we are now focused on this data flow patterns inside our institute. But it's also very important to translate the data into information. So making sense of sensor data, that's what we are working on now. And we also convinced our IT department to start a business case to help us further improve the business case, improve this platform. Because that was a real struggle that we faced, so we wanted to develop a custom-made software platform. We have been talking with several partners, external parties, to help us develop this, but they were not really, or not interested, or we had some initial talks, but then they dropped out in the end. So it was very hard to find an external partner to help us in the development of this platform. What we do see in the market, and the project is already 5 years in the going, that we see that more and more providers are working on interoperable systems by sharing data, but there's no real cooperation for them. So they provide part of the data, but not all of that. So there's still a struggle to convince them to share all the knowledge that they have and all the information they have. And what I also learned during the cross visits is although we operate in different sectors. If we're now working with trees or with soils, we all face similar challenges in collecting the data and giving correct advice to the farmers and how to interpret all the data that's coming in. And that's my user case that I want to present here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Tom. Any question? Yes.
Hello, very interesting. Which is the challenge for soil? You said your last words. Giving advice to farmers in using the waste from the poultry house? No. Other case. You said about soil and give advice to farmers about soil? No, you didn't mention that. No. Okay, the challenge for the emissions, you said that you want to correlate the emissions with performance, with hens performance. What do you mean with performance with the emissions, not the input food or fuels or etc.? What could you mean with performance and emissions?
Performance is mainly focused on the growth of the broilers and the feed conversion rate. That are the main criteria for identifying performance of the flocks. By emissions, we are, in Belgium, we are also facing the nitrogen problem with ammonia emissions, odor emissions, and dust emissions. That are the 3 main issues now at the moment in the livestock sector in Belgium. And we see there different trends. The legislation wants to focus more on the environmental, while the supermarkets want to focus more on animal welfare. And it's very hard to find the optimum in both at the same time.
I have a question. I thought it was very interesting, and I like the idea of reusing the water that you said that you used there. But could it be used as a fertilizer, or do you don't consider that because of the nitrogen?
Yeah, so the cleaning water from the house, so first we take out the big parts of manure, and then we spray the house down with water, and we collect all that water, so there's still some particles of manure in there. So officially it's still classified as manure. Regularly you also have to get rid of it as manure. But it's not very interesting for the farms because it's large volumes with little content of nitrogen and phosphate. So what we now try to do is can we then clean out these fractions of manure by filtration. It's now a filtration technique, and then we have pure water at the end. And can we then reestablish that water as a new source for cleaning the water? That's cleaning the houses. That's the idea that we have in that project. But we're still struggling with the legislation because we are now a manure processor. So that also requires that we need a new permit to officially do that. So we're still struggling on that field with the legislation.
Okay. So thank you very much. And I will give the floor to the next presentation.
Thank you very much.
Edith. I don't know if... so it will be Eride.
Yes, so my name is Iride from the company Edit from Italy, and our user case was called Tuscany Living Lab to support wider adoption of sustainable crop management DATs. And Edit is a private company founded about 20 years ago, and we are a team with different skills such as ICT development, data analysis, agronomy, and agribusiness. And our activity is mainly the development of digital tools for agriculture, environment, and also, for example, decision support system for smart farming. And our user case was located in Tuscany, and we coordinated the user case, but we worked together with 4 advisors that also involved indirectly about 30 farmers that they follow in their work. And we also involved other stakeholders during the workshop of the user case, such as academic staff and also a communication expert. The aim of the user case was to develop unique digital tools to support olive growing, so to support advisors in sustainable olive growing. And we call this DATS poderi, that in Italian means farms. And to develop and test this application, because at the end it's a smartphone application and a website, we use a participatory approach with advisors. We think that the added value that we bring to the project is to cover a specific sector, olive growing in Mediterranean environment that is not covered by other user cases, and also to work on small farms. Moreover, we can bring the point of view in the discussion of IT developers, because is what we are. So, as I mentioned, we use a co-creation approach to develop our application. So you can see in this picture, we did periodical meetings with the advisors, mainly online. And during this activity, we were responsible for the technical development of the application and also for the coordination of the Living Lab, and also to improve the app using the feedback of the advisors. In fact, the advisors, they participated to this meeting, and they give us suggestions at the beginning on the interface, on the functions to be included in the application, and then when we release the first version, they test the application in real olive farms, and so they bring also other feedbacks about the usability and possible improvements. This is just a brief summary of what Poderi is, but you can find also a poster that we bring in the also with more screenshots. But in very short, Poderi is intended to create a digital community of farmers and advisors, so it's an application that includes forecasting models to be used as decision support system, for example, to manage olive fly, irrigation and fertilization of olive, and include also tools for field monitoring, so to record the monitoring of pest disease and also the digital register for crop operations, and it's possible also to upload pictures to each log. But an important thing is data sharing and communication. In fact, the farm created in the application can be shared between farmers and advisors. And also we included a chat for fast communication between advisors and farmers. About other activities that we carried out in the user case, for example, the training. We did the training for advisors at beginner level. We did it online. The aims of the trainings was to start to use Poderi, so set up an account, create the farms, and use the main functionalities, and at the end, how to share the data using the application. We found that the participant evaluated positively the training and also the usability of Poderi. But what was difficult is the remote mode, because can bring some problems. For example, we had some connectivity issues on that day. But we were glad that the advisors, after the training, understood the practical implication of using Poderi in their work, so that can help them really in their real life. About the cross-visit, we participated to 3 cross-visits from other user case, and we found that were very useful, even if from the other work in different sectors, for example, forestry or livestock farming, to see how digital tools can help advisors in all the sectors. And about our user case cross-visit, it was very useful to exchange on the different innovation transfer system in the different countries. So it was very useful to understand the different things and the common points. And we also received many feedbacks on how to improve Poderi, and some of these were already put in practice. In general, considering all the activities that we carried out in FAIRshare, we found that what went well is that advisors were collaborative during the co-design sessions, and highlighted that the application can be useful for their work, mainly because the data consultation can be easy and fast than using a paper notebook, for example. And so they highlighted that digital archiving of data increase improve their work. And also they use mainly decision support system in the application to give advice, for example, about pest control. Moreover, as I said, cross-visit and training were very useful also to learn, for example, new methodology for training on our application. What we found that was difficult is that the advisors highlighted that it was very difficult to involve the farmers in directly using the app. So because they say they don't have time and they are not used to use digital tools, so the farmers, they really prefer that the advisors use the application and then talk with directly with the farmers. And so the advisors suggest that to focus Poderi only on advisors, so to be more specialized on advisors because they don't think that the farmers, they will use it a lot. So we learn that advisors are key actors for digitalization, mainly in small farms. And we also gained some advices and suggestions for including new functionalities in Poderi, for example, including data that can be used by farmers for marketing purposes, for example, environmental indicators, and also that it will be really useful to be interoperable with other data sources, such as, for example, land parcel information system, so we can retrieve automatically the polygon of the fields. As future work, we are continuing to improve Poderi, increasing the functionalities and improving the things. Moreover, this will be done also thanks to a new project proposal that we submitted, and some of them are funded. So we will include also functionalities for other crops, for example, grape. And thanks for the attention.
Thank you very much. Any question to Irene? Okay, so maybe we will pass now to Sandra from Inagro, doing the presentation of their user case. Thank you.
Good afternoon. First, I will give a short introduction why we started our user case. I'm working for Inagro. This is a company that gives independent advice and is doing research for farmers and horticulturists. I'm working for the livestock team. In this team, we are doing some research and giving advice for the pig sector and the dairy sector. I'm working for the dairy sector, and there we also have people who are doing research and development, and we have also some colleagues that are working for the customer service. This customer service is called BAM. This stands for Bedrijfsadvisering Melkveehouderij, or Business Consultancy Dairy Farming. So these people are going to the farms and are giving advice to the dairy farmers. And it's actually because of this service that we wanted to develop a new tool. The advisors, they are giving some advice on technical subjects. The main topics are roughage exploitation, field fertilization, and rations. And for the ration calculation, there was need of a new tool, the dairy ration formulator. So they could formulate on an easy way a balanced ration, and that this also includes a lot of information that is very valuable also for the farmers. With the new tool, that's what we want to create. There could also be an exchange of ration advice with the farmers, also remotely. So he could follow everything with the ration, how the ration tool, how it was created. But also a very important thing is that we could collect all the data of all the rations in Flanders, so we can create a database to do some data analysis afterwards. And also for research purposes, this would also be very good, so we can make some balanced rations, so different treatments that we can compare with each other. So the user case is the dairy ration formulator. Actually, it's an Excel file where the advisor can put all kinds of information. So you see small screenshots. Yeah, it's in Dutch, but I will just explain the most important things. So the farmer, the advisor only has to fill in the green boxes with data from the farm and certainly also herd data like production, the protein content, the fat content of the milk. So all those data he can put in this tool. And you also see some white boxes. This is, these data is calculated automatically with the ration tool. Something that is also interesting in this tool is that the advisor can retrieve data from the previous calculation of that specific farmer. So then it's less work for the advisor to put in all the data. And then to make the calculation of the ration itself, the advisor has to select different feed components of the ration. So you see that there's a drop-down menu. So we have a whole library with all feed components that are possible. He can also add a new feed component to this library. And then he can compose the ration. He adds how much kilograms of a specific component is needed in this ration. And after this is finished, he has a quick view with all the most important parameters of the ration. Also, some economical parameters can be calculated. He can add some financial numbers in this calculation tool. So this is also very useful for the farmer to know. He can also make a comparison between different rations. So this is also an option that this ration tool gives. Then for the farmer, there's also a section that is very useful for the farmer. He has some specific information sheets that the advisor can print and give to the farmer. So there's one section with all the nutritional values of each feed component and for the ration in total. There's also a loading list. So when he loads all the different feed components in the mixer wagon, then this is really useful to use. And you see at the right top that he can check for different numbers of cows. So the middle one is how many cows he has at that moment. And if there are some cows that are put dry, then he can switch to another column. If there are more lactating cows, then he can check another column to the right. There's also a section for specific remarks that the advisor can put in the tool. So this is also printed for the farmer. Also something that is really useful is when a ration is calculated, the advisor saves this ration also to central data sets. So each ration that is calculated is saved in this central document. So this is very important for data analysis afterwards, and also to do some visualization afterwards. So for the visualization, we made a dashboard in Power BI based on this data set with all the rations and all the refuge information. So what is interesting with this dashboard, you can compare within a farmer over time some specific things, like for example the quality of the refuge, like grass silage, maize silage, how is this over the years. Economical parameters, this is also interesting. How was it previous year, how is it now, for example, the ration quality. But what can also be compared is between different farmers. Is a farmer doing it better than the mean, for example, or less good? What can be the reason? You can dig into all the information. You can also find some correlations between different parameters with this dashboard. So then the lessons learned. The pearls. What farmers think is really nice with this tool is that they have those very easy to use loading lists, also the information sheets they get, the remarks that are nicely written in the reports. Also, there is a huge amount of parameters, so for the advisors, they can calculate the ration more precisely. As it is made in Excel, and we also have the dashboard in Power BI, we can actually change ourselves the tool at any time. Some puzzling aspects. You always need internet to use the tool. So if there is some problem with the internet connection, this can be a challenge. You see that the advisors need to put in a lot of data. So it's a little bit a higher workload for the advisors to put data in the tool. Sometimes we see some small bugs popping up sometimes, but we can, when we know this, we can change or we can adjust those things. We also got some proposals to go from Excel to another software program because, as you can imagine, all those different rations, all those farm visits, all those data coming in, sometimes for Excel we can meet the limits of Excel. So the next step would be to go to another software program. Also, with all the data that needs to be put in the ration tool, it should also be nice to have a more automatization to import data from all the sources. The user case within FAIRshare, the added value. We could do some nice visualizations of the data. That is really useful also for the farmers to see things visually. The storage of data over time is really useful. So you have like a timeline that you can check how was it some years ago, how is it evolving over time. Then lessons learned from the training. We had very useful workshops with the advisors. They could also bring good ideas so we can improve the tool even more. With the train-the-trainee trainings, the Arriva model was also something very interesting, and I also used it in our trainings. Some learnings. the data collection from different sources is sometimes very difficult. So this is something that we still need to figure out how we can solve this problem. We also have now a PDF tool thanks to CrossVisits. I learned that this exists, and now we also use it in our user case. And also something that we learned, don't be afraid to change plan when something is less successful. For example, for the visualization, first we did it with some other software program, and now we switched to Power BI. So this was my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Any question for the user case presented? It is very relevant with the price of feeding, so very interesting. And now we will have Julia from the Chamber of Agriculture in Austria doing their presentation for their user case. And then we will finish the user cases with ZLTO, with Jesse, and then Vanya with his conclusions for the policy recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah, hello everybody. My name is Julia and I'm an employee of the Austrian Chamber of Agriculture in Lower Austria. And today I will present you our use case, Ja zu nah. Ja zu nah is a digital platform connecting farmers with canteen kitchen. And Ja zu nah is not a marketplace, but a dealer, because otherwise it is not possible to join the tender. Oh, sorry. To join the tender federal procurement. And Ja zu nah is a 100% subsidiary of the Lower Chamber of Agriculture in Lower Austria. Following the slogan from the yard to the kitchen, Ja zu nah stands for the following values. At first, transparency, because the farmers should be visible behind the product, so it is not comparable with wholesale markets where the farmers aren't known. The second value is to share fair prices for the farmers. So our main objective is that the farmers retain a higher share of the value, sales value of their product, so they are able to set their own prices. And Ja zu nah is not profit oriented, but only the costs for logistics, development and coordination have been covered with a markup of 35% to the defined prices by the farmers. The third value is bundled product variety. So Ja zu nah supports farmers with bundled logistics, with standardized processes on billing, ordering, delivery, and complaint management. So the farmers are able to concentrate themselves on the production of their products and don't have to do so much, don't have to spend so much time on office work and product marketing. And the canteen kitchen receive bundled deliveries and bundled logistics, and they can also rely on high product quality and regionality. And the last value is regionality, because in the future our main goal is that every region in Austria is able to use or have the opportunity to use the Ja zu nah platform. Here you see our current range of products. So you see vegetables, fruits, eggs, and dry products like oil, honey, lentils, different types of flours. And a goal from us is to expand the range of products step by step. And soon we also want to include dairy products, meat and fish. Here you see a cutout of the web shop from Yatuna, and if you look to the pictures, you see the high quality of the products. And now I will shortly explain the ordering process. So Canteen Kitchen have to register themselves on the platform to get an access and to can order product, and then the special farmer receive a message in his profile, deliver this product to the Yatuna warehouse, and there the quality assurance take place. After that, the products, the delivery take place, and in the end, the farmer receive the money. We started the test phase with 4 canteen kitchen and 15 farmers. Now already 15 canteen kitchen order products via Yatuna, and 30 farmers sold their their products via Yatuna, and for now we already carried out more than 350 ordering processes. Some facts about our user case. You see many actors were involved in our user case. Our user case started in May 2022 and ended in October 2022. And we spent 4.19 personnel month in it and got 25,000 euros. Yeah. And what did we do in our use case? At the beginning, we conducted interviews with farmers and canteen kitchen to understand their needs for the platform and to define the platform requirements. We also use and develop a minimal viable product. So in our case, this was a really basic and minimized platform, which enabled us to recognize mistakes in a very early stage. And we also conducted workshops to teach farmers and canteen kitchens how to use the platform. And we also organized networking evenings that they have the opportunity to get to know each other. So now the pearls and proposals. So customers would like to consume farm products, but they have high demands which have to be fulfilled. So this leads to the fact that the food trade is a highly competitive market, and it is really important to provide added value to customers and to communicate this value, that they are able to pass this to the end consumers. So in our case, the people in hospitals know where the food comes from. And what's the added value of the use case to FAIRshare? We gathered experiences in using and developing a minimal viable product. We also prepared press releases promoting the use case and the project. And we also gathered practical knowledge how to counsel farmers and canteen kitchen in the best way, and which methods are fruitful, and we also gathered practical knowledge and how to animate, motivate, and convince farmers and canteen kitchen to use a new digital tool like Yatsuna. And what were the most valuable lessons gained from the training for our farmers? Farmers received information about the necessary information labeling their products. They also received a guideline prepared by Yatsuna on how to create a farm description that can be found from all internet users and therefore provides more visibility for the farmers. And during the workshops, farmers and canteen kitchens gained an insight how to use the platform, and it was really positive that we started the test phase with a really small group of farmers and canteen kitchen, because therefore we were able to address the individual concerns of them. Yeah, the learnings gathered from the activity in general. So it is really difficult to create a new concept because you need many different stakeholders. So at the cross visit in Vienna, we recognized that many people in this area have similar challenges and issues, and it was a great opportunity for us to exchange with our colleagues. And the participation in the FAIRshare project enabled us to continuously reflect on the status of the project, especially during the Zoom meetings with Peter, where we discussed the status quo and the current challenges of the use case. Yeah, and the overall learning outcomes, it is definitely beneficial to use an MVP approach and to start with a small group of different stakeholders to address every concern. And it is also necessary to have good arguments and to convince chefs and lead buyer or purchasing directors from the importance of regional products because the food trade market is highly competitive. And to spend money for marketing was really helpful to gain customers. It was also definitely worth to invest the energy in building the brand Yatsuna because the recognition value is good as the name is short and catchy. And in the end, our prospects in the future, we will enlarge the project range. We also will expand the supply regions and join any tender federal procurement. And I will end the presentation with 2 sentences. So it is an ongoing process to meet the needs of our kitchen and farmers. All the activities we undertake should increase the regional benefit and the added value of our farmers. So these are our main objectives, and yeah, now I'm finished, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, Juan.
Have the grower obtained an increase in the price of their products?
Don't know. They are able to set their own prices, and I think that prices they also set up when they sold their products to the neighbor maybe also on. Do you know?
Okay. So they are happy, no, participating in the. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question? So now we will give the. No, we'll give the floor to Jesse for the last year it's the case, if you please.
Sure. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Final presentation of the 2 days. Long 2 days, if I must say. But looking forward to Vanya's final speech. It's going to be good, right? Because we're waiting for it. So it has to be good. No pressure at all. I spoke to our use case a bit in the panel discussion. But I haven't shown it to you, or at least not to all of you. Some of you might have seen it during the cross visit or during the presentation last year. But let's go through it quick and sound. So the challenges we faced were the high level of nitrogen in the surface and groundwater. The government is being forced, or at least being obliged by the European Union to look at it. It has to come under a certain level of 50 milligrams per liter of groundwater. And the tasks were landed upon us as a ZLTO to go and talk to farmers to find out what they are doing to reduce it. And furthermore, help them to take other measures if needed. So that's what we've been doing starting from 2018. And very quick, we found out that farmers are doing quite a lot, but they are not putting it onto paper. So the government doesn't know, the public doesn't know what the farmer does. So we took it upon ourselves to start a new tool to facilitate the need to address those measures, not to make a plan to show what the farmers are doing to reduce all those challenges that they have. So, on the first hand, this is an overview of the tool. You can just put in your own fields by just clicking on it, and immediately you can see different kinds of colors on the different fields. So every field has its own score from 0 to 100. If it's lower than 50, the score is red. Between 50 and 60, it's orange, yellow, something like it. And everything higher than 60 points is green. And it's all based on the 5 pillars. So it's the water balance, the phosphate leakage, nitrogen leakage to the surface water, and the nutrient use efficiency. After that, you can take it with the farmer, go through each of his fields and just talk to the farmer like, what are you already doing? And then you can find out, as I told you, that farmers are doing quite a lot, and this tool helps them to make it clear, like, okay, I'm already taking at least 3 measures, which are quite simple because it's my everyday job. But they weren't sure that that was a measure. If you can go through all the fields, then you can see the score is getting higher. And in the end, you can see if you put in all the measures, then farmers are taking 4, 5, 6 different measures on all the fields, and you can score close to 100 points if you do it all properly. But this is just paper proof of what you are doing. And so what we are trying to do next, I'm going too fast, maybe. I'm getting to it. So the things we learned through the FAIRshare project is how to use the platform. During the cross visits, we got some great feedback from other people. In the end, we get the farmers also positive on using it because it's not so hard to fill it in. And we also get the government involved, which is kind of scary because they might use it against the farmers, but it is needed in these times because they need to prove our plans. If we make a plan, and so that's one of the proposals, like how do we start securing those measures? Do we need some soil samples? Do we need satellite data, sensoring? I don't know what. Anything that can use to prove that a measure is doing what it is supposed to be doing. And then in the end, we also need the government or maybe other partners to make these plans rewardable, because we fill it in, it's a lot of data, and we think it's worth something. So in the end, also, this tool isn't being paid for by the farmers, they don't pay anything, but in the end, we think that if you put in all this effort as a farmer, it should reward you somehow. Maybe it's just the government-wise in legislations, but it might also be something that stores can use to prove how good the farmers are working, where they buy the food from. So that's a quick view on what we did the last few years. I'm happy to say that we can still do it the next 4 years, because our government is made a new project where we can visit 2,000 farms in the south of the Netherlands. So yeah, so we are going through with it. Well, thank you. And I also have a small demonstration on how the tool is being filled in, because looking at pictures is quite dull, especially after 5 or 6 hours. So here it is, the logins. Oh, wait. We have to shift it through the other. Can I do it? No? Yeah, okay. Somebody else is messing with the screen here, so I have to wait. So here we are after you log in to the tool. Sorry, this is in Dutch. I will put it into English. That's easier for you to understand. So as you can log in, you can also see the tool is already calculating the scores. So all the public accessible data, so the soil maps, groundwater tables, all the challenges for water, the nutrient use, and phosphate and nitrate are in it. So it already starts calculating a score based on every bit of data that is available in the Netherlands. And so then when we go through the tool, you can see how it calculates a score based on those 5 principles. Here on the left, oh yeah, here maybe it's easy to see. I have a company now of 34 hectares and a half, almost. The most common crop is grassland. soil type isn't showing right now, but it should be sandy soils. You can also see we don't have any measures planned at this point and no measures realized. And already we are at 52 points. If you can go now down to the field level, you can here see the fields, and that's no touchscreen. I'm used to a touchscreen. And you can also see that there is already one field which is green. So the program knows different kinds of numbers. So it knows the crops, the soil types as I discovered. So each field has its own score. So it's 47, 53, here it's 63. So that's, if you show this to any farmer, he might understand like, okay, show me what is my lowest field and what is my best field according to public data. And most of the time he will say, yeah, that's quite not correct. So we are quite happy that this is his first, the first thing that comes to mind. Then if we can go to the field with the lowest score, I thought it was this one, so 74 points. So the properties, this is just all public data. It knows last year there was maize on it, and it doesn't know the next crop, and it doesn't say the last crop, but it knows a lot, and it also knows the soil properties. So it can estimate the nitrogen content, the phosphate levels. So, and if it isn't the correct, you can just drop here and put your own soil samples in it. From all the laboratories in the Netherlands, you can just put the files in it. It's the same file that Sandra just explained. It uses a PDF, it gets the numbers out of it, and it puts it in the right place. But we're not doing it now. So after that, you can go to the measures. It's already set to the preferred measures. So it gives you here a list. It's in Dutch, sorry for that. But it gives you a list of all the measures you can take. And that list, I think it's over 100 measures. And they have all been evaluated by experts of Wageningen and other universities and research facilities in the Netherlands. I will show it in a minute. So if you put in one, maybe two measures here, and you can say it's planned or realized, and then you can save it. And then you can also see the score is going up immediately. So this is an eternal drive for the farmers that see like, okay, this is what I'm doing. Oh, I see now my water balance is still low. What can I do to up that score? Then we can go to the water measure list, and it just has another list, a new list of all the measurements that containing that are able to contain more water. So if I do that one here, that's planned, I save it as well, then supposedly the water balance should go up. So now with three measures, we are at 79 points. And that gives the farmer an idea like, okay, that's not much extra work, but I can now prove to doesn't know, or I don't mind who, that he is doing his best to work on this five categories. That's enough for all the measures. A little list, the little list of measures, as I was telling, is quite long. And if you go through it, because you can see a lot of measures, and even the farmers might say like, okay, I don't know if that measure is right for my company. I don't know how it's being done. You can just select that measure, you can see how it calculates within the score. And if you want to know more, it also has an extra update on how that measure is being evaluated by the different companies. So it's either a scientific report or an expert report on almost all the measurements. So then they can get a more clear view, okay, if I want to do that measure, and this is how I can do it. That was my hopefully quick demo. Are there any questions?
Yes.
No. Yeah. No? Yeah. Thank you, Jesse, for the interesting presentation. Just a quick question. Does the farmers have to do the measurements by themselves? Or like the water quality and?
Most of the farmers have soil samples taken at least each 4 years. So they pay for that themselves. And all the extra measurements at this point, they have to take themselves. But we are currently looking through it with the government within this new project. Like, okay, we have the plans, and the government, you want to regulate the usage of the reduction of the nitrogen. Like, which measurements do you want us to take? And help the farmers by taking them. Maybe you should take them, or the farmers could, but at least tell us which measurements we need as a farmer to prove to you that our plants are working. So at this point, it's still a project cost or a farmer's cost. But if I speak to farmers and tell them, like, if you take this measure, it's like 40 euros, maybe 120 euros, and it allows you to spray fertilizers, then I don't see a lot of farmers saying, no, I'm not going to take that sample at this point. But it's also a cost.
But then it's going to be dangerous if the farmer can do the measurements by themselves. Just look that spot of field maybe he for sure, or he knows for sure that it's not that bad.
Yeah.
And on the rest of the field he would probably spray a lot more fertilizer than maybe he should have.
Yeah, so that's a thing that we are checking with the government. Like, how do you secure that a measure that is taken correctly? And like you are saying, if we fill in these plants and let the farmer do it himself, he might always score 99 points. But he won't be able to prove he's taking all the measurements. So we are now trying to make sure, like, what does the government want us to check, and does it take an autograph of me as an advisor to prove the plans, or does it take extra?
Okay, thank you very much. And
You're
because
welcome.
we are a bit running out of time, Vanya, please. No.
Nisam.
Let's make a challenge.
So good afternoon.
last but not least, or as German-speaking community here would say, Zucker kommt zuletzt. Policy guidance, challenges, recommendations, and expected impact. Sounds scary, right? But it's not. But it is important, extremely important. Somebody told me yesterday that I'm a brave man, accepting a big responsibility, giving the last presentation of this fine event. And I ask why. And they say, because the audience always remembers the last presentation, which of course put additional pressure on my back. And to be honest, because of that fact, I feel fully stressed out. You don't see it, but my legs are shaking like hell. My knees. And because of that fact, I'm afraid that this presentation will be long, boring, difficult to digest, energy drainer. And I apologize for that in advance. Some of you looks worried. Maybe even better or more than I am. But it's going to be something completely different, of course. And it's going to be concise, comprehensive, and easy to understand presentation, capturing important aspect of related policy guidance of the FAIRshare project. And despite the fact that it is a big responsibility to present the policy guidance of the project, it is also my big pleasure and great pleasure to present the outcomes of the work of all partners. Since this report, in a form of deliverable 7.7, is in fact a compilation of the work and all the findings in all the tasks, work packages, and use cases. So this is the consortium achievement, and I'm only the presenter. So I kindly ask you to fasten your seatbelts because we are taking off. Technical team, now this is the time and the moment for the light show, no? No, okay. Okay, maybe next time. In general, policy recommendations, or if you prefer guidelines, are seen as a tool to convince policymakers that the issue highlighted by the research is important and the recommendation course of action will be beneficial to society in some respect if these actions are taken. We are all fully aware that the European Commission, but also the national, regional, and local governments are very keen on getting support, not only from this consortium, but also many other consortia working around Europe, and to support and assist them in adapting the existing legislation, but also to help them to shape the future legislation. For that reason, FAIRshare produced this policy guidance report, which was drafted together with a multi-actor group of partners. And this report is not only including the policy recommendation, it's also highlighting the main achievements of the project, and also will include the final conference report. And why this is important? Because we strongly believe, and I will speak on the behalf of the whole consortium, that these policy recommendations for the policymakers around Europe will enable and empower the advisors and the farmers in the coming and present digital age. I want to highlight again that this policy guidance, a result of the collaboration and great work and dedication of all partners, and is based on main findings and achievements, which are listed here. We heard a lot about those during yesterday and today. And all this will be included in the final report. And I really hope that in the report we are working on, many of you will recognize your own work during these last 5 years, because this is really important for the core partners of this report, that you find yourselves there. Capturing the essence of policy guidance in a way to identify the main bottlenecks for the better uptake of digital tools, or DATs as we call it, and for both farmers and advisors, by identifying what is the challenge, what is the accompanying policy recommendation, and what is the expected impact if the policy recommendations are taken on board by the policymakers, can be summarized with the who, what, and why approach. What does it mean? I'm sure we all agree that electronic data generation, analytics, communication technologies, but also translation of the data in the useful information, because very often I hear data is gold. No, data is not gold. The information based on data is gold. And this is what we have to target for. And that's why the FAIRshare, in this case, engaged, enabled, and empowered the independent farm advisory community through sharing of tools, expertise, and motivations by all of us. Of course, on this journey towards this final report on the policy recommendation, we were using the outcomes of mentioned surveys, workshops, focus group. We had the internal policy subcommittee consisting of partners who volunteer to be in this subcommittee. And of course, we are going to test and validate these outcomes with the representative of the farmers, Copa Cogeca, and the representatives of advisors, in this case, EUFRAS. And we are going to use the identified policy needs and accompanying policy recommendations and address them in the, for example, Common Agricultural Policy or some other regional development funds, as well on the European Union, national, regional, and local level. And in that case, in that sense, support both farmers and agricultural advisors. And why? The FAIRshare mission and vision is to turn the policy into the opportunity and to make European Union agriculture smarter, greener, efficient, more effective, and sustainable. Four different topics around which we built our policy recommendations have been identified, and you can see them here. They're very broad, but later on, I mean, all these topics, in fact, comprise different challenges to be tackled, and in the end, encourage and improve the uptake of the digital technology. Good practices, training, testimonials, user case, investment, connectivity, data sharing, interoperability, and all the other aspects is something which we heard so many times today. But I have to highlight this again because this is really important, and these are the messages we want to communicate to the policy makers. If we go a bit deeper into each of these aspects, it's worthwhile saying that limited data sharing in this case, due to many different reasons, such as lack of trust, incomplete interoperability between different DATs, data format standardization, portability of the data, together with the fragmentation and the diversification of digital tools, have been identified on the FAIRshare level as the major bottlenecks for the better uptake of DATs by both advisors and farming community. It is obvious that the lack of clear legal framework, including the missing tools and architectures and interoperability mechanisms for data sharing, is definitely an issue to be considered. Of course, we have already in place the General Data Protection Regulation, which protects the private information, but it does not have coverage on relationship and conditionalities in relation to data sharing. There is an intention to solve this problem with the forthcoming Data Act, which provides right and obligation in related to data sharing. But in our humble opinion, it's a bit too horizontal, covering different sectors. And the link with the agricultural sector is not clear enough. Of course, the lack of trust. Strong link between trust building and adequate data sharing regulation is obvious. And there are several concerns for the data holders. Of course, also there are reasons for these concerns. What are the major concerns? The first, an unclear business case. What does it mean? An actor is asked to share the data, but the return and the benefit of sharing data is unclear. Why should I share the data? The next one, risk of negative influence on business relations. For instance, if a data user has more insight about the farm performance, the farmer might be punished by not offering insurance or not offering a new contract for the services. Or the company advisors could use the company's trade secrets, intellectual property rights of the farm and advise competitive farms. These are all fears from the farmers. What about the risk of using data for other purposes, by the app or by the business partner? For example, providing a farmer and their advisors with digital data on the contracts of cooperatives and investor-owned firms could facilitate the publication and sharing of the data and the information that is not in their interest. Risk of data ending somewhere elsewhere. What about the cybersecurity? Data sharing may change the position of the farm, meaning that the ability to control processes will redefine contracts and organizational forms, and the operational freedom of the farm will be somehow lost. Data ownership and management. For example, a farmer wants to stop sharing data and asking to delete all the data generated on getting the data for using on another platform. The process might be complicated or even impossible. And the farmer does not know if this is really happening. And finally, the resistance of the platform economy. Platforms combine data to create services that users find useful, but a business model that maintains and innovates the platform. And a farmer can strongly and fast become dependent on the certain platform, as data cannot be easily transferred to another platform. But lack of trust is, of course, as I mentioned, a very complex issue that must be considered from several aspects, and all of which deserve the attention. And these are, in fact, the reasons for previously mentioned concerns. And this is the confidence in new technologies' performance and non-existence of benchmarks for the fair comparison or harmonized test technologies, methodologies, for example. Reliability of the new digital tool. The reliability standard of the farming sector is set very high. And the ICT tools must be, under quotation mark, as reliable and robust as the machinery they are using on their fields. While farmers should receive all supporting and support required to make the best use of the DATs. Interoperability between different DATs. It is important to be able to combine different DATs for optimal support and quicker upgrade of the knowledge based on the decision making. Usage of public data, open standards, and interoperability is a must. And the development of interoperable formats and ontologies becomes a necessity. Interoperability standards that enable public and private data sharing between brands for services for decision support can enhance the added value and lower the barriers for sharing or reusing the data. So, what do we recommend? Farmers, I think, should be encouraged through active promotion and clear policy framework to share their data on secure platforms that can manage their data appropriately, considering the high standards of the cybersecurity, and allow data sharing with the farmers' consent. And it has to be defined which data, for what purpose data will be used, and under which condition. Two documents could facilitate this exchange. And one is well known, the EU Code of Conduct of Agricultural Data, which examines the general principle of data sharing, but it's a non-binding document. Farmers want something stronger. This is where the Data Act comes in as a legally binding document for some of the principle and condition in relation to data sharing, which, by the way, can also be found in the code. But the Data Act lacks specific rules on data sharing for the typical use cases in agriculture. What does it mean? Do we maybe need a special agricultural data space? There are projects working on that at this moment, AgriData Space, working on the Common European Agricultural Data Space. We will see the outcome of this project in April next year. So, what policymakers should do? They should definitely support the further research by fostering experimentation and upscaling. It is very, very important to understand the reasons for distrust in data sharing across the EU. Open discussion networks on trust and the willingness to share data and give more room in this discussion to explore the variety of farmers' concerns. We heard yesterday from the policy officer of the European Commission that they are establishing the calls, past calls, ongoing calls, and the future calls on advisory network on different topics. And this is something which I think we should all support. Financing or a non-competitive infrastructure for data sharing, including the standardization, is a must. We believe that the public services should be the front runners in sharing the data and open the public data for the community. This will definitely facilitate the other private data owners to share the data. Of course, we would like to see the policy makers to support development of the standards in the field of interoperability and agricultural data sharing principles, which clarifies the roles, the rights, and the obligation for all stakeholders. The best would be depending on the use case. And of course, based on the assessment of the existing legislation to either adopt or consider all the disadvantages of the existing legislation in the shaping of the future legislation. If these recommendations are taken on board, we believe that this will build up and keep the high level of trust. If we have the clear technical and legal requirements on secure, automated data sharing, and all the roles, rights, and obligations of different stakeholders are clearly defined, this will facilitate the willingness to share data. Of course, the easier access to the data and the information gained through the data will definitely empower the agricultural advisors to guide and lead the farmers with the support of that towards a more resource-efficient and sustainable agricultural production. Of course, on this journey, the close cooperation between the data providers and the data users is a must. The data providers, as in the case of the agricultural machinery industry manufacturers, we always listen to the needs to the end users. So the advisors are also kindly asked to ask what the farmers needs. What about the connectivity? There is a general opinion that from the FAIRshare stakeholders, so the technological limitations are still a major bottleneck for adopting and implementing digital advisory tools and services for both farmers and advisors, as identified in many FAIRshare user cases. These limitations are wide-ranging, thus coordinated effort between the policymakers and the technology providers is required to overcome these difficulties. The FAIRshare project identifies many technological and regulatory differences between countries, such as bandwidth, internet accessibility, and that solution provided. Lack of connectivity in rural areas, poor or costly internet access, or interference with connectivities proved to be the biggest challenge for policymakers identified by the FAIRshare project consortium. Rural areas, where most of the agricultural activity is concentrated, have traditionally been underserved in terms of connectivity services, and this represents a serious barrier for the development of digital agriculture and the uptake of its benefits and rural communities' daily operation. Although some DATs may or can offer offline functionality, it is a fact that many DATs need stable internet connection to be used and perform in a most effective and most efficient way. Therefore, connectivity is critical to enable the adoption of digital technology in the agri-food sector and empower both advisors and farmers with digital skill and competencies. The transition to smart agriculture with the support of DATs requires networks, which are essential to unlock the value of more advanced and complex digital application. I think this is more than clear that the connectivity is the key. Of course, if taken on board for the existing or coming legislation on all levels, we fully expect positive impact of the proposed policy measures. It is crucial that every household, and particularly in the rural areas, has a broadband internet. This means fast and reliable connectivity and accompanying better opportunities. Better internet connections opens door to online business opportunities. Reliable and fast connections can unleash new innovations in crop harvesting. And stable connectivities will eventually keep families and bring people back to the countryside, which is a must. And how we are going to do that? It is important that the governments fully or partly subsidize the cost of connectivity infrastructure or services. Or other options can be explored by providing subsidies directly to farmers for services. The connectivity infrastructure must support mission-critical services in agriculture by providing more stable content for running digital application. And of course, favorable regulatory environment that encourages innovation in public or public-private partnership investments for technological development in infrastructure. And in the end, coordination and harmonization on national rural connectivity initiatives in order to minimize the number of connectivity technologies and frequency bands to be used, therefore to harmonize the solution proposed in different territories. What are the expected impact is if the rural community and the rural areas are connected. Stable and fast connectivity would definitely enable innovative solutions in agriculture and better uptake. Better access to broadband for farmers to use digital technologies and become more efficient while producing in a more sustainable way. And this is the main goal. Development and implementation of coherent strategy for rural connectivity that involves different levels of implementation, regional, national, and European level. And being able to connect to internet is crucial for many rural areas and will be additional enabler of a wider use and more efficient uptake of the digital advisory tools and services. I believe that we fully agree that the data is the most valuable tool in farmer toolbox. Not only the data, but also the information which is obtained through analysis of the data. And without the reliable connection to the internet, data collection and its use will be severely limited and will be a bottleneck for the application of the smart farming technologies, for example, precision farming. Demonstration and sharing of knowledge. There is a general opinion by the FAIRshare stakeholders that there is a lack of training courses for both farmers and advisors on available digital tools and technologies. Good practices should be included in the training on a regular basis, and testimonials from the experienced and convinced user help spread the benefits of DATS to the farming community, since experience showed if the farmer advisor is esteemed in his/her community, other members or group will eventually follow. Therefore, peer-to-peer learning and knowledge exchange is very, very important. If we consider the permanent network facility, which we heard about yesterday from the Sofia, is the brain of the FAIRshare, I would say that the 42 use cases are in fact the heart. And it is and I would like to sincerely congratulate to all of the use cases for their dedication and effort, which led to the more resilient, more competitive, and more sustainable European agriculture. This is quite important, and this is, in fact, the strongest value of the FAIRshare. I would say that each use case is a small step for FAIRshare or within the FAIRshare, but it's a big step toward the sustainability of the European agriculture. So what are the policy recommendations? Already mentioned several times. Create an integral AKIS where advisors are facilitated to use and promote DATS. Translation of the existing DATS or automatic translation services should be supported by the national governments. Demonstration facilities in the form of demonstration farms, for example, and learning networks to promote benefit of DATS, including integration of demonstration approaches as a requirement for innovation and investment scheme in existing but also the future funding programs. It's crucial to promote demonstration activities at the farm level and the creation and the organization of working groups, learning networks, peer-to-peer learning, training, tutorials, and on-farm demonstration to drive digital awareness and skill. We see regional and national governments as a key driver that should continue to collaborate and support cross-visit approach, which were seen on the FAIRshare level as a very, very strong tool for the knowledge sharing and peer-to-peer learning. And of course, to support development of harmonized research and development and cost-benefit methodologies that provide representative finding on the performance of digital advisory tools. Farmers and advisors, of course, are interested in the performance. If the digital tool show high performance, they will be very happy to use it and to share it further, not only on national level, but also on the European level. So if the policymaker take on board these recommendations, a farm advisor community will be ready to actively use the possibilities, or more actively use the possibilities, of farming technology and guide farmers into the present and future digital agricultural landscape. Demonstration activities and training at farm level are a crucial example of the agricultural knowledge exchange for innovation, with the added benefit of having the possibility of testing the DATS directly on the field. And training and good practices sharing and demonstration will provide farmers and advisors with the necessary information for balanced use of digital tools. And of course, the research and development proofs and the evidence from field trial on the economic benefits of the DATS will definitely encourage farmers to invest in new digital technologies. So farmer to farmer, advisor to farmer, or advisor to advisor learning through demonstration activities with regular training is a crucial example of knowledge exchange in agriculture that can certainly help in uptake of existing and new digital advisory tools. Speaking of financial support, it's not about only supporting the advisors of farmers to purchase the new digital advisory tools. It is also about the financial support for the training and the education to use these tools in efficient and appropriate way. Investment in new technologies definitely requires financial support on European, national, regional, local level, and the lack of financial resources and funding investment is one of the main obstacles for those willing to engage with digital advisory tools. So both European national financial support is essential to promote the uptake of such solutions, and it is a key for the digitalization of the European Union agriculture, including better adoption of DATS. In other words, the main objective is to make public subsidies efficient and to reduce the bureaucracy at the same time. Measures that financially support farmers to adopt sustainable practices are essential as a means to mitigate the risks and costs of transition from the current to more innovative practices with support of DATS, but also to mitigate the additional risks from the potential loss of production in order to comply with the European and national regulation. So what do we recommend? We recommend that national, regional, and local governments should find a way to be the driving force and integrating digitalization into various policies and offer sufficient support towards this process. At the same time, reduce the bureaucracy. We ask the policymaker to continue supporting sustainable agriculture through common agricultural policy, to help farmers to move towards specific directions related to sustainable agricultural practices, including better uptake of DATS. Investment and uncertain return of investment, plus financial instruments for awarding the technology adopters, is very important. On the other hand, it is important also to protect farmers from unpredictable damages, potential damages, that can affect them or their income, caused not only by the implementation of sustainable agricultural practices, but also by the implementation of digital technologies. What do I mean here? I mean about rethinking potentially the insurance system, developing funding instrument, for example, via the European Rural Development Fund that facilitate direct investments by actors. Or the farmers and advisors considered as a role model should be financially supported. And the member states should invest in training courses with practical content on DATS and support demonstration activities. If this is taken on board, of course, there will be potential reducing of the production costs for the farmers, which directly could lead to the reduced prices for the final consumer. Financial support of training and good practices sharing and demonstration will provide the necessary intelligence to farmers and advisors to make a well-balanced purchase, in addition to use of the FAIRshare inventory, for example. Promotion of programs, projects that encourage and support the engagement and end users in the development and optimization of the tools as users' feedback are the precondition for the success. Linkage the subsidies to potential efficiency gains based on the implementation of the DATS on the consensual basis by all stakeholders that will build trust among different stakeholders. An improvement of the existing and development of new digital advisory tools will facilitate more efficient and sustainable agricultural production, also considering, of course, the environmental aspects. And to conclude, and not to go into all the bullet points, because it will be a repetition of what I just said, I would like to highlight that with this policy recommendation and this future report, which will sum up the main challenges, with accompanying recommendation and expected impact, will also include the report from the final conference. Therefore, on the behalf of Consulae, I kindly invite you to be very efficient in the response, particularly those who had the presentation during this final event, to provide all the relevant information which will be included into this final report and hopefully submitted by the end of the month, which is the deadline. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make any questions to Vanya? Yes, of course. He says, yes, of course. Okay.
So I can, without...
You're very good.
Vanya, won't you be our candidate for Agriculture Commissioner?
Thank you, Milan, and no.
Any question? Okay. So thank you very much for the wonderful work you made.
Thank you, Raquel, and again, thanks, my special thanks to Vanya. He was quietly working in the background on this for a long time with a few meetings of the policy committee, and I got a very big surprise when I opened my emails about 3 weeks ago, was it, a month ago, and there was a fantastic draft document on the policy recommendations, which I thought summarized the whole project, and I know that a number of people were involved in it, but I think it was certainly for me, I felt very proud of all of the activity that went on in the project, and equally proud of the way that it was synthesized and put together so neatly within the framework of a policy recommendations document. I think if anyone wanted an example of a really good, well-constructed document, that is it. I mightn't agree with everything in it, but I take it that it is the consensus document of the project, and for me that's good enough. Well done. Okay, so yeah, I mentioned at the start that this was the FAIRshare journey, and I felt at times when we were starting this, that we were maybe starting on a very long, unknown territory of where we would finish up. And I'm very glad that so many people joined us in the journey, and I'm really also very glad that we met along the way very many interesting projects, and I want to compliment all of those user cases again. I think they are the heart of the project. They are what we try to set out to do in stimulating in a CSA project, as I said, the actions that were needed to improve digital, but equally to give that learning and that embedded knowledge that's there, that's necessary for people who are starting their own journey of maybe developing a new DAT for a new challenge, be it in forestry, poultry, or any of the minority areas where we don't hear much about. But I do think that from an advisory perspective, we have to cater for all of the family of enterprises and sectors. And this is quite challenging when you when you come, when you come from a small advisory organization or small community. So yeah, I'm going to just say a few thank yous, particularly to Raquel, and I think on your behalf, she needs a round of applause from everybody for her. And yeah, I am delighted that she's going to be staying on in Teagasc at the end of the project, and that she's getting another job in another part of the organization. So at least there will be somebody there that I can bounce the emails to if they still come to me. And I'm sure we won't be finished with dealing with the Commission on this for many months yet, in terms of reporting, etc. And yeah, I would say that if you can help in any way to help us tidy up the project, please do. That means responding to emails as soon as you can, as you have been so good to do so far. But equally, you know, how would I put it? If there is a budget in your and reports to be for Jim Codd or whoever to send in, get them in on time so that we know where we are. So with that, I'm going to not say very much more other than a very big thank you to all of you. I think every one of you can be proud of the project. I think we have had very positive reflections from almost every quarter, but from the Commission, from the policy people, from the project RIA people, throughout the journey, and I think that kept us going. But more importantly, from the advisors, and I'm delighted to see many young advisors that have come into the frame of FAIRshare and have contributed, I think, in many ways, through training, through cross visits, through participation in their own user cases. So again, thanks to everyone, and I'd like to also thank all of the project management team that we have for an excellent job. So well done. Give yourselves all a big clap. And so I am staying here in Thessaloniki, as I've known to pronounce it now, for another 3 days or 4 days until Saturday. So I intend to relax a little bit. We'll go to the Synergy Days for 2 days and represent FAIRshare there. And then I think I will head home, and we will see after that what I'll do. So, yes, Sasha. Just before I go, I've neglected to thank our hosts here, the university people, and also the sound people. I arrived here on Sunday afternoon, and I was amazed to see 3 people hard at work, putting wires up, etc. And also the caterers for excellent food, and I think we will be... do you need to say something else? And the photographer, of course. Yeah, okay. And yeah. Sasha, did you have another comment? Sorry. Okay, we'll see you for dinner. I hope you will find a way. Yeah, we will find it. WhatsApp.